Hey everybody, great to have you back in the fish tank. It's tournament time again. It's Night's Duel number 37, I think, so we're in the 4th year of these tournaments. I think I'm on my own today. FDM might join me later if he wakes up, not sure, but I'll keep it all together. Of course, we've got Sinobii behind the scenes doing everything to make this as smooth running as possible. Miguel is first. And I have forgotten to turn off my sound effects. So let me do that quickly before they get abused. Right. There was one thing I forget. And this time it was that. But we can do that with a few clicks here. Okay. Right. Could have done that. Okay, so it's a 1v1 tournament today. Minion Masters, of course. And it's going to be the first tournament with the new bridge rules. So if you've been following Minion Masters stuff, you will know that in the last patch we had the new bridge rules. What do I mean by the new bridge rules? I mean that... Still can't find the thing that I need to click. Need to do this for a second, then I can see it. Nope, still can't see it. So now with the bridge rules are you can take bridges with collision. You can place some units directly on the bridge if they have that horizontal split or spread. And then also you can there's a 1.5 second timer to take the bridge. So you can't just touch a bridge and take it. You have to hold on to it for a little bit. I still can't find this damn thing. In my audio mixer, but I cannot find it. Well, I think I found it. Okay, I found it. The good news is I found what I was looking for. The less than ideal news is it turns out that I didn't need to click it. Anyway, well, we fixed that. Right. So let's just fix a couple of these. Now, I'm a bit distracted here fixing this, but now I'm back. Right, so no cards banned today apart from the Wartrack Dreadnought. No, sorry, let me start again. Wartrack Dreadnought's on my mind, but not for that reason. No cards banned apart from the season cards, which this season is the Protocol Assassin, Cyber Robo Ninja, and the Null Matrix, neither of which we would probably see anyway. But then that means that last season's cards are not banned, which were the Wartrack Dreadnought and the Kamikaze Zeppelin. So that's interesting for a lot of reasons. Firstly, the Wartrack Dreadnought is still very, very strong. It's received a lot of nerfs, and it's even got some more nerfs coming up as well. But it's still very, very strong, very heavily played. If you watch my meta video, my meta review video on YouTube, check it out. You will see that it's still the #1 played card. And the interesting thing about that is that are people going to play it today? Are people going to ban it? Are people going to tech against it? And you might think, oh, well, just everyone will ban it, so, you know, it's irrelevant. But if everyone bans it, that means that one of their ban powers is taken up for banning that, which means something that they would ban previously is no longer available to be banned. So whilst it may or may not see play, it's definitely going to affect things in some way. And it'd be interesting to see straight away from the first game, do the players ban it? Do the players play it? Do they tech against it? So whether or not we see it, it's definitely going to have an impact. Miguel, I don't know. I'm not really interested in playing tournaments. I much prefer this side of things. So what is the format for today? So it's going to be a 1v1 Mini Masters event. We've got a $400 prize pool. This is presented by BetaDwarf, the Mini Masters developer, and Team Mana Frenzy. Bam. Do you remember the TMF hand sign? No wildcards, of course. And remember, completely irrelevant for today, but just to remind you what's going on in Mini Masters world, no wildcards in pre-mades anymore. So wildcards only available, if we're talking about ranked modes, only available in randoms. Pre-mades, no wildcards. Solos, no wildcards. And kind of a contentious thing, in pre-mades, you have to have 20 unique cards between you. So there's no sharing a card between both decks in pre-mades, which a lot of people are not particularly happy about or struggle with. Could it be a little bit restrictful? I think it's fine. I think the issue is that the UI doesn't really help you to kind of see which cards you've got duplicated and fix them in an easy manner. So that's the kind of the issue that I have with that. But pre-made is far more fun, less cheesy. Right, let's turn my book to the back, I think, which is where the tournament stuff is. Now, if you cast your mind back to the last event, RENZO was the champion. DSOO won 2 in a row, I think. 2 or 3 in a row, maybe. And then RENZO was the champion in the last one, which was... if I say surprising, it's not because RENZO's a bad player. It's just because I haven't seen him win a tournament in a long time, or even maybe be in a tournament. Speaking to DSOO, he didn't feel like he was at his best in the last one, but maybe he can rediscover some of his form today. Right, just to finish my previous thought that I interrupted myself on, format today. So it's going to be Swiss rounds where the players will play against each other, and the players will play based on the number of wins or losses they've got. So the winners will play winners, losers play losers. So people will basically play people that are on a similar record. We'll have 4 or 5 of those rounds today. There'll be best of 3. No restrictions over and above the season card bans and the player bans, which we'll talk about in a second when we look at the bans for the first players for the first match. That'll be best of 3, and then after those rounds are completed, we'll have our table, which means we'll have our top 4, and then we can go into our top 4 shootout where we go to best of 5. We have conquest rules, which is where you can't play a master once you've won with a master. So that starts to get a little bit more interesting, but we do have some great players here today. RENZO has not returned to defend his title. Haven't spoken to him about it, to be honest. I'm not sure if he's just not wanting to play or not available or whatnot. But we have some big name players here. We got the likes of DSOO, Dark Crow, Set, all previous winners. SILCO's won before as well, I think. Ficus. I think Ficus was the runner-up in the last tournament. That Ain't It Chief, we see him in a lot of these events. We got some newer players as well, and some familiar names like Verbela, which I've seen around a lot. Not sure if they're an experienced tournament player or not. But we have some newer players from the looks of it. Natty Yoda, definitely heard that name before. I think Horncat, Diesel Clark, Thyros, Thyrsos, definitely got that completely wrong. But they're here as well, so great to have everyone here. Remember, these events are open to everybody of all abilities. Okay, so the first match of the day, we're going to see DSOO against RENZO. Now, DSOO, I would say, is the favourite here, but RENZO's a very, very good player. It'll be interesting to see what level DSOO is at. As I mentioned earlier, he's won a lot of these events. Last event, he was kind of off it a little bit. And I did allude a little earlier to the players having ban powers, so let's talk about those now. So, each player for each match can ban 1 master and 3 cards. That prevents their opponent from playing said master and cards, and of course their opponent has that power back against them. So for example, if one player bans APEP, that means the other player can't play that APEP, but they can unless that ban is reflected to them. The bans are generally done in private, so nobody gets the benefit of going last. So let's have a look at who what are going to ban today. So DSOO, formerly Def Shoot, Def Shooty, Def Shot 101, and various other things, has decided to ban APEP. We'll try and get this in a sensible order. Bounceberry Flingers, Restless Dead, and the Wartrek Dreadnought. So, as discussed at the start, the fact that they're banning the Wartrek Dreadnought here means something else is going to avoid banning. And RENZO has banned Diona. Now, one of the interesting things with the Dreadnought is it's kind of OP, and players like DSOO would definitely not play cards that are OP and purposely go against the meta. But then when it comes to the tournament, does that put him in a bit of a bit of a negative because he's going to refuse to play these strong cards potentially? I don't know. If we look at the bans for RENZO, he's banned Diona, and I think that's a targeted ban because Deadshot's been playing a Diona on the leaderboard a lot. Spell Dancer, and Zealots. So some interesting ones there. Morgul's Mark, still a very strong card, especially in solos. It did get a bug fix in the last patch, so the Swarmers spawn correctly on the unit rather than the way you spawned the spell, which means it's harder to take bridges with it, which was quite a big use case for it, especially with the new bridge rules. And again, speaking about my meta video, definitely go check that out if you get a chance. But Morgul's Mark play rate, even though I think it was the number 3 card, number 3 spell in solos, the play rate did drop quite a lot. Spell Dancer's still pretty strong, nowhere near as strong as it used to be, but still decent. And Zealots of the Burning Fist, they're kind of a very familiar card if you've been playing on the leaderboard or been playing the game recently. They did get a buff in the last patch where the remaining one, remember when you've only got one left, the remaining one previously got Rage and Haste, and now it gets Spirit as well. And I think the combination of that buff and the combination of both getting nerfed is the reason we're seeing a lot of those. Right. Okay, hold on. Okay, so those are the bans. Let me just make sure that I've got everything set up here. RENZO, DSOO. Oh yeah, we've still got this. It says player 1. Should we give them names? Let's give them names. DSOO is player 1. RENZO is player 2. So 0-0. As mentioned, best of 3. If they ban a both card, that they ban both cards. They both ban the both. If they both ban the same card, that means they can't play. Neither of them can play it. If one of them bans it, it means they can play it and the other one can't. Right, here we go. We're going into the first game of the day. We can have some sound effects. Okay.
Let's go.
We get our dual deck technology functioning like we can. Right. Do like this arena, that's for sure. One of the, I think, the newest arena. Okay, DSOO playing Setsu, RENZO playing King Puff. And Setsu's going to be getting, from the looks of it, at least from the PTR, big rework for Setsu. And remember, in the next patch, alternative master perks, that's going to be interesting for sure. Now, both players playing ATG drone, which is fairly unusual to see 2 of them.
Blue obtained the first perk.
Right. Interesting unholy ground for DC there. Probably had a awkward hand, but does get some skellies to potentially take the bridges. RENZO shuts that down. Resonating Blast Crystal still okay, but not what it used to be for sure. And one of the cards Deadshot's been using a lot on the leaderboard are these Flightless Dragon Whelps. Remember, if you're behind on HP, Master Health, then they get Rage, and they absolutely slay. They've been a great counter to Wartrack for sure. No Wartrack in this game yet. Okay, so XP about the same. Both players' perk 3s are going to be strong, but strong in different ways. RENZO's going to be able to put pressure on the bridges and mount a push, whereas DSOO with Setsu is going to be able to be quite aggressive. And remember, you kind of want to do as much damage to your opponent prior to perk 3 with Setsu to give you that opportunity where you can start jumping on face and whittling them down. If they're at full HP, it's going to take you a while to get on there and kill them.
AoE is the best.
RENZO has a decent push. These Legionnaires are going to take a while to die. They'll be picked off, but they're going to do some damage, and the bridges are red. So you see there it takes 1.5 seconds for Setsu to cap that bridge after landing. So that means you can't land right on the edge, the far edge of the bridge and take it, because you'll land and then walk off of it. You've got to adjust your placement a little bit to not fall foul of that. See the bridge grab at the bottom there from DSOO with the playing units directly on the bridge. But it's not quite the same as before, because you've got to play them on the bridge, but they've also got to remain on the bridge for that half a second. Not a very good impetus blast there. Oh, hold up, I messed the screen up. I fixed one thing and broke another thing. Right, flyby coming in. Trying to deal with the ATG drone. It looked like it's going to kill the Setsu. Right. XP still very close. Perk 3 coming up for both players. Perk 3 Setsu gets that piercing, stunning shot. And King Puff gets the Night Puffs. And I feel like the Night Puffs are going to be very strong in this situation. But it's going to be interesting to see. And especially if you're a newer player, watch how the Setsu jump is used here. Right. He's jumping here. He's positioned so he can stun almost everything. Right, bridge switch coming up. Night Puffs. Okay, so what RENZO needs to do is shut down that perk 3 Setsu. That's his big thing right now. That's where Deadshot's going to get the value. And there you see the kind of a mistake from Deadshot there with the bridge buddies. If the Scrat dies within that 1.5 seconds when it's on the bridge, it doesn't cap it. So Bridge Buddies is one of those cards that is kind of weaker now because of the changes. And it might be a situation where it needs to be given some kind of insta-cap keyword. But here we see a big push, and this is where RENZO's going to probably get a lot of pressure. But that ATG drone's going to be great here. If he can pick it off, it'll be nice, but it's just going to survive. Perk 3 Setsu alive as well. And one way to shut down Perk 3 King Puff is just to keep the pressure on the bridges. If they can't get on the bridges, they can't bridge switch their units. They can't get Night Puffs. And there you see Setsu coming back. But again, a little mistake from Deadshot. He kind of landed on the corner of that bridge, and he kind of pushed him off of it. So he wasn't on it long enough to cap it. So you can see that the bridge changes are having effects. And the players are adjusting, but they haven't quite adjusted enough to be playing flawlessly, I think. XP's still very close. Deadshot taking a lot of face damage here, and this could be very important for RENZO. Suddenly he's got the bridges. Music might be a little bit loud. Oh, it's the wrong screen. Let's just interrupt the exciting end of the game to change the menu settings. Why not? It seems like a good time to do it. Right, RENZO does have a bridge. I think this is RENZO's. He's almost at Mana Frenzy. He's got a good pressure on both lanes. It's going to take DSOO a while. Has to waste his spell just to cycle. He's low HP. This is going to be RENZO taking the first game here. Mana Frenzy, bridges, going to start being able to switch for Night Puffs, but it doesn't matter. RENZO takes the first game. And I think you would say in that matchup, just based on the sort of the meta strength, you would think King Puff would do better than Setsu. Right. First game of the day. Aran says, if Setsu perk 3, it's over. Apparently not. What do I need to do? Oh yeah, let's get the scores on the screen here. And let's get the score correct. Okay, so we're best of 3 at the moment. So RENZO takes the first in this best of 3. That means there's the maximum of 3 games. And you can also call that first to 2. The best of 3 sort of concept only works... Not best of 3, sorry. Only works if you've got two players. If you've got 3 players, it doesn't work, right? If you're making a... This is a specific rant to a specific person. But if you've got like 3 options, you can't do best of 3 because they could best of 3 because they could end up with 1 each. Okay, so you could do first to 2. That's fine, but you can't phrase it best of 3. But we've only got 2 players here, one on each side. So best of 3, first to 2. Either of those works. So yeah, very quickly, if we have a second, we don't. We don't. Just as I was about to say that, it started. So maybe we'll talk about what I was going to talk about a bit later. Maybe I'll forget about it and we'll never talk about it because no one knows what it was.
Let's duel.
Okay, we got the new Rex skin. Guys, check out the animation on the Rex skin when it jumps into the field. It's very in your face. Some people love it, some people hate it. I only saw it for the first time the other day because I don't really play Wrecked. And it's cool. It's real cool. Right, so Wrecked against KP. But it's not the same KP. Okay, so RENZO did a good job there, spawning the cleaver quickly enough so it got on the bridge rather than... Because the annoying thing with the cleaver sometimes is it kills what's on the bridge, but it's not quite on the bridge itself, so you have to wait for it to reload. It's 5 seconds or whatever it is. It's very annoying. That's a lot of damage to come straight out of the bat just from a naked cleaver. Deadshot didn't really have it, but Deadshot does have a red golem waiting in the wings, so suddenly losing all that HP is not the worst thing in the world. Check out those clouds of God knows what. I love it though. The first time I saw it, it was a very WTF moment. Okay, so remember, once Deadshot gets down to 1500 or less HP, that red golem's going to be activated. He's not quite there yet. But RENZO will have a good idea... Oh, I think that was a misplay there. A good idea that that's what DSOO might be playing, because he's played it a lot on the leaderboard this season. And once you see Blood Imps... It's a bit of a tell. Not always, you know, we see Blood Imps in a lot of decks that don't necessarily play like that. But also, the Flightless Dragons, it's a card that you like to be behind on HP. Another little tell. Setsu's a very confusing master because it can be disgusting, it can be terrible. It doesn't need just a straight up buff or a nerf, it needs a rework, and that's what's proposed. But we'll see if that actually ends up in live. Right, Deadshot's down. He's got enough HP. He needs to be careful here because he does that reboomer, I think, is going to respawn. Right. RENZO's doing kind of the sensible thing here. Ult pushing on the other lane. No master at home to deal with. This is going to be a little bit frustrating for DSOO to try to cope with. I don't think DSOO, he just hasn't got the tools. He's out of position. This cleaver's going to be on face. RENZO's taken this game by 2-0. And that's, especially in solos, that's one of the huge risks where you have all of your mana committed in the wrong place. Right. Okay. Unexpected start to the day. RENZO beating not the reigning champion, but the previous 3 times champion by 2-0. Yeah. We posited at the start whether the peak DSOO would be back because in the previous event to this, he was very, very good. But we did see in the first game a couple of misplays, maybe even a misplay in the bottom with the wrecked. At one point, I seem to recall. And yeah, that golem was going to be hard for RENZO to deal with. But sometimes, if you just go, look, I'm going to push on the other lane and kill you before that even becomes a problem. And that's exactly what happened. Okay, so RENZO off to a good start. But just to remind you, that doesn't mean the Deadshot's out. We're on a Swiss format here, so the players will play and accrue points, and then at the end we'll have our top 4. Usually, if you've lost one game, you're still pretty able to get through. If you've lost 2 games during the Swiss event, then you're kind of foobarred. Now, I know Dark Crow's been having a lot of connection issues from China. I don't know where the problem lies, whether it's the server, whether it's the connection between him and the server, whether it's his hardware, whether it's his VPN. I don't know. But he's been having some problems, and I know they're having to redo that game because he kept crashing out of it. It might... I don't know. I don't know what's the problem over there. I don't know where the problem lies. So, let's just have a look at what's going on. If that game hasn't... I'm not sure where we are on that game, actually. We might be able to check in and see some of it, maybe. Let's see if there's any score. So it looks like Dark Crow's a game up at the moment in that one. Let's peek our head in there, see if we can, see what's going on. Oops. Person. Being able to search for a friend now in the game is very good. Also, Dark Crow actually setting his name to Dark Crow is also very good. Okay, I've set the spectate. Doesn't seem to be in a game yet, but they might be between games. Who knows? We'll try and find out, of course. Okay, looks like it's 2-0 to Dark Crow. Looks like we just missed the end of that one. Okay. Hopefully his situation stabilizes. So, remember there's a link at the top of the chat to the brackets if you want to do that. Exclamation point brackets brings that up. Okay, so we've got DSOO losing to RENZO. Dark Crow, this is just waiting to be locked in, but if we look at it, we can see that Dark Crow's got 2 of those. 2-0. Set beating Natty Yoda, 2-0. Vickers beating Horncat, 2-0. SILCO beating Diesel Clark, 2-0. Chief against Thigh Sauce. That looks like that's going into a decider. Have a look. Okay, we're just going to peek our head in and have a look here. What's going on? I think it's 1-1. We'll set it like that. Okay. Right, so we got an Accursed deck. Morelia against Volko. I wish they'd fix that when you load into a game, spectating a long game, you load in everything that's like ever happens in an instant. Okay, so he's playing an Ascension deck. It's Toll of the Dead. Got his perk 3 dragon, I think. But Mardred could shut this dragon down substantially. I don't think we have the other player's hand here. Oh, yeah, we do. Okay. Okay, dragon gets murdered. He's got a heal going on that as well. Okay, if he can get a good heal going here, he could get a bit of a push going. Oh, he's gone for the Hypnotize. The healer's going to have a bad time here. Remember, the healer will just keep walking if it's healing, I think. Right. The main problem here for Thysos, Thyrsos, am I missing something there? Is, oh, that statue's going to get murdered though. Okay, could be a good push here, but he's a long way down on XP. Perk 3 though, so Berserker Rage. Needs to be careful with the Hypnotize. But he's got to go with the heal. Okay, if this gets to face this Golem, he could win with this. The Hypnotize might not do too much here. Right. Mana Frenzy for Chief, but he's got a scary Golem on his face. He'll have lots of skellies to tank it, but the problem is he kind of has to wait for the Annihilator. Oh, he's going to lose! He's come back from nothing. Fishy called it, that if he had a good push, they could win it. And he's taken that. GG. Okay. The names are incorrect. Just going to put dots for the names. Just so it doesn't show the wrong names. Right. Okay. And that was an example of being ahead on XP, but that doesn't help you if you end up dying. Right, good games all. Someone's just gone straight into another game. Before I could cancel my spectate. You might hear the start of that. Okay. Straight into a ladder game, I think. That ain't it, Chief.
Masters, get dueling.
Right. So if we bring ourselves back to our overall page, we'll just wait for that to be locked in, and then we'll have the round 2 matches generated. So the players that won in the first round should play the players that also won in the first round, and vice versa. Okay, so those are all locked in. Backer, what's up? Good to see you. Now, interestingly, Renzo in the chat saying that his decks were made by an RNG generator. That doesn't make random number generator. So just random decks, but they worked out well for him. Okay, so we just wait for the... Okay, looks like that's it. I hit refresh at the right time. So we'll have our second round matches locked in. So Thysos against Thyrsos. Thyrsos. Against Darkrai. Ficus against Silco. Set against Renzo. DSOO against Natty. Yoda. Chief against Verbala. And Diesel Clark against Horncat. So I think we're going to go Ficus against Silco. Ficus runner-up in the last event. Silco registered with about 3 seconds left to join the tournament today. Oh, Renzo's just trolling. I got trolled. Rude. It's like you could pick a good deck with a random number generator, right? You just keep going through until you get a good one. It's kind of cheating. Okay, Renzo's made me look like a fool. Thank you, Renzo. I know it doesn't take much, but I don't need any help. Right, so the next stage, next step, the next thing that we need to do is wait for the players for their bans. So new match, new round, new bans. We saw Wartrack banned in the first round. Didn't see Wartrack played. So let's see if that continues. Right, Silco, of course, is not called Silco. Okay, so let's reset our scores. Reset our player names. So, Vicker's got to put a 1 in the name or he gets very mad. Okay. So we're still best of 3 all the way until we get to our elimination. No limit on the Masters you can play outside of your opponent's bans. Hey Science, what's up? I'm not so sure about Mordor being insane at the moment, especially in solos. Probably one of the lower played Masters. But who knows? Next season we have the alternate Master perks. And Mordor's one's very interesting, where you get to choose a different type of tombstone. So instead of reviving your units, you can choose the Deathless Tombstone, which revives your opponent's units. But not for them, for you. They are revived like the Rendrath the Deathless revive, so they are 50% health, 50% damage, and they're cursed. But there's no cooldown on it, so you can revive a ton of stuff. The only restriction is when you revive something, the bigger it is, the more damage it does to the tombstone. So next season will, at the very least, be very interesting. Each master is getting a new alternative master perk, and if you're not up to date with them, check out a video on my YouTube channel. They're all there. Right, we have a giveaway running as well, so if you want to get into that, make sure you do it with this command. If you're new here, make sure you hit the follow button. Got to follow to be allowed to win the giveaway. It's just the way the bot works. Don't come at me, come at the bots. Tyrus. I don't know if to take you seriously or not. See how Google pronounces it. Okay. Looks like they're from Germany. Does that help us how to pronounce it? No idea. It wasn't an RNG deck, no. Renzo was just trolling. Beer sauce, that's the German version. Therasos. 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 If you're there in the chat, let me know. I don't think Setsu needs less health. It's just her perk 3 constant stun that needs to be... It's too polarizing. You either have something to deal with it or you don't, and it just destroys you. Right, so we're just waiting for the players to give us their bans. Then we can move on with our lives. I just clicked the wrong button, so just ignore it. The proposed change for Setsu is instead of the first shot in her clip stunning, it's going to be the 5th shot, but not the 5th shot in the clip, but just the 5th shot overall. So if you do a shot and then reload, you only have to do 4 more, for example. I think the stun does less damage, but also when you do the combat reload from the perk 2, you get an empowered shot that does more damage, but only to a single target. So it sounds like a big nerf. But of course she's got her new alternate perk as well, the air support, where at perk 3 you can bring in like the TAS Hellfire shot. Yes, I have a YouTube channel. Yes, yes, yes. It's full of useful Minion Masters stuff. Miguel, it might help you. Right. Players are just being given the hurry up. Thanks for the hydrate. Oh, we got a stretch for Adaptive Anarchy. I can show you my t-shirt. Wow! What a great t-shirt. Who's that handsome guy? Right, so still waiting for the players to give us their bans. So, how's everyone doing? How's your day going? What's going on? How's the weather there? It's really hot here. Well, it's not really hot, but it feels quite warm. It's 20 degrees. Just refreshed it, went up from 19 to 20. It's getting hotter. 25 in my room, if you're interested. 20 degrees feels like 20 degrees. Very good running. High pollen. 53% humidity. Not too shabby. 10 kilometers an hour wind. I don't know. Is this interesting to you? Is this as interesting to you as it is to me? Okay. Sinobie's typing, we're either about to get the bans or he's going to tell me that he's yelling at someone. Either way, I'm okay with it. We got them. Right, the bans for Ficus against Silco. Ficus has banned King Puff. So remember the way that the bans work. If Ficus bans King Puff, that means Silco can't play King Puff. But if Silco bans King Puff back to him, then he can't play it as well. Right. So, very strong bans here. So, High Inquisitor Ardera. She's interesting. We don't see her much on the ladder. See her a lot in the form of bans in the tournaments. Zealots of the Burning Fist and Wartrack Dreadnought. So all very strong cards in their own right. Silco has banned Apep. We know Apep, again, if you look at my meta, Apep's the #1 master in terms of leaderboard play rate. So, Apep, they might have agreed to do these bans, to be honest. Because it looks like they're both banned the same things. I bet we see a Korgoth. Okay, so Apep, except and King Puff are the only differences. Wartrack Dreadnought, Zealots, Ardera. Make sure there's not a copy and paste error. Okay, so yeah, that was kind of scary. I somehow pulled my OBS down, but it was only a pixel of it showing at the bottom of the screen. I thought it was gone forever. It's okay. I grabbed it with my tweezers. Don't ask why I've got tweezers. Right. Right, so we are ready here to go. It's the second round. It's Ficus, the reigning runner-up. Against SILCO. Ban Scrap Pack? Not sure about that. And one of the big changes to Setsu is Setsu can no longer jump on someone's face and insta-stun the Masters. So it's a big change. I don't know if it's 100% going through or not. Something needs to change though, because with the ult perk, if they don't change the current perk, which is really strong, then the ult perk's just dead in the water. No one's going to choose it. So it's a good time to balance her, but it needs to be done appropriately. They don't want to kill her. She's a master that's incredibly strong in the hands of a good player with an appropriate deck and in certain situations, but not always. Science is going to Vegas. Nice. 47 degrees. Holy cow. I would just die. Right, here we go. Ficus, SILCO, best of 3. Both of these players winning their first game of the day. Let's see what they can do in their second game of the day. Right. Tronvir against Valorian. So we've got a Slither deck from Ficus. We've got... looks like a Sniper Empyrean deck, maybe. Crossbow Clubhouse are looking to get a buff in the next patch as well, I think. I think it was getting increased attack speed.
Blue unlocks their first perk.
Not sure how those didn't split. But we know Ficus likes this kind of deck. Okay, so SILCO on the red team does have High Marshal Rystar. It'd be difficult to keep these snipers alive. And actually, there was a misplay there from Ficus because he pushed them back. It might work out all right, but he pushed them back out of range of the poison, which I think they were already going to be. I think they were going to be poisoned immediately. Okay, did the crossbow dudes kill Armoon? No. Big XP lead for Ficus to start with here. I feel like SILCO just needs to get his Rystar out. Because Rystar's one of those cards that gives you that value over time. And the problem with having this really heavy Rystar card is he doesn't have... like, if that was a cheaper tank, then he could have kept his snipers alive. So, I mean, I feel like he really just has to bite the bullet and get that Rystar out. He's just falling further and further behind. If he can keep the bounty sniper alive, mana being burnt here from Ficus. Bounty sniper's not going to get too much, but here we go. Rystar's out. Remember, you get those little shield icons around Valorian now. That means that his next 10 Legionnaires become Centurions, which have Bulwark. So they have that damage reduction against ranged. And one thing to remember is Herald Armoon is melee, not range. So it's not going to help him in that situation. Armoon's such a good counter to a lot of things and needs very specific counters itself. Snipers spawn there, and you might wonder why they're invisible. The new Chain Lightning kills them all, unfortunately. Oof. The new sniper pack, sniper squad, sniper... Is it squad? They spawn invisible. Only invisible until they first take the shot. They don't regain their stealth. Rystar's not going to trade very well here. It's getting poisoned going to get donged. Okay, that's an interesting one. He was poisoned enough to die, but the dong was donged whilst he was frozen, which meant he took 50% damage from it instead of the full 100% damage, which meant that he didn't die, even though it looked like he was going to die. Doesn't change anything here, but just an interesting thing. There's a few things... I mean, that to me, that works as you would expect. There's a few things with death prediction that don't take into account the frozen damage reduction, which makes things kind of weird. Hopefully that gets fixed at some point, because the game thinks something's going to die, but then it doesn't, so units are de-aggroing. And... Right. Can he keep any of these snipers alive? Not a great chain. But he needs something. SILCO a huge way down on XP at the moment. This is going to get frozen at the top. Does kill everything in the meantime, though. Nice defense against the Searing Light. This feels like just a deck counter. The problem with the snipers is they just die to any spell. And you can shield them, of course, but then that's just more mana on something that's just going to probably die to nothing anyway. Dong. There we see Ficus's dong. It's almost Mana Frenzy for Ficus. He's over 60 XP ahead. That's just a bit of a deck loss there, unfortunately. And I feel like if you're going to play against Ficus, you need to kind of assume that he's going to play something like that, because we know that that's kind of his deck of choice. Okay, so the game 1 goes to Ficus in this best of 3. Best of 2. Not sure why they burn mana, no, but it didn't really make any difference. Sometimes you get annoying situations like he was wanting to... Is that priest supposed to heal snipers? I don't know. Did he have a priest? I didn't notice that. I didn't notice a priest being played at all. Priestess. But snipers are one of those cards that if your opponent has no counters for them, it's just insane. And if they do, they're just irrelevant. And most people will have counters for something like that, right? You generally have something in your deck to take care of ranged units that you can't get minions on. And you can shield them, of course, but then that's a lot of mana to try to keep them alive. And then ultimately they get to the bridge and die anyway. Hey, Chef. God of War, what's going on? Yeah, so Ficus is playing a Slither deck where he's just got lots of value from those Slither cards. He's got cool Slither bound on a bunch of stuff, gets the extra Slither stuff out, gets the sacrifice on the Herald Armoon. Herald Armoon is great against a lot of things. We've seen him deal with, you know, Rise Star. That's definitely something. Anything that's ground-based really just gets kind of murked by it. It's good against the Wartrek Dreadnought. So it's a solid all-round deck for sure. We saw how strong the poison can be. Not sure if he had Talak in that deck. Talak's very strong at the moment, doing the double damage if something's poisoned or immobilized in some way. Which is a card that we didn't see played at all for a long time, and then suddenly it started showing up in decks, started getting tournament bans. Right, this is going to be game 2. Ficus 1-0 up in this best of 3.
Let the fun begin.
That is not the actual streamer Ares, no. He just stole his name for some reason and refuses to change it back. This is SILCO. Okay, so as expected, Ficus playing the same deck, which of course, he's able to do. But it puts him in you would think, a bit of a negative, because SILCO should be able to expect it's coming. SILCO does play some interestingly different decks, for sure.
Blue obtained the first perk.
So we have the Frost Dragon Rimagal in this one. So he needs to defrost the dragon by spending 25 mana on minion cards. You can see they're frozen when they spawn. So if you see stuff freezing on spawn, you know your opponent's got Rimagal. It's only the 2 card slots that are closest to Rimagal that are affected. So Rimagal's in the 4th slot, so you can see there 2 and 3 are affected. We've got the counter, so he's got 14 mana left to spend to defrost Rimagal. Remember, Rimagal can't hit air, which could be problematic against Herald Our Moon. Right, 7 more mana to go. Vickers will know he's got Rimagal because he will have spotted the things spawning frozen. Good value out of that Frost Rune. Right, Tass is out. Tass is good for a few different things. At the moment, it's not helping him too much. Did spawn with the Nats, so it did help, but I mean, it's okay. He didn't use the Hellfire at all. There wasn't any value for it. Right, here we go. Rimagal is spawned. You spawn these big units generally deep, so it gives you time to get mana to support them. So many people spawn their dragons and stuff just straight on the bridge, and they get decimated. Right, counter push at the top. So once the dragon's defrosted, your minions are no longer spawning frozen. Rimagal's on face. Reminded, it doesn't hit air, so it is going to just die here pretty quickly, but it is staying alive for long enough to really help with the XP. Okay, does he try to kill this? Yeah, it does have a Hellfire. It's going to spawn, but the Tass taking a tanking hit is perfect there. Wind Rune killing everything. Talak remains. Okay. Next Rimagal. No.
I'll make good use of this.
The Rimagal did stay alive for a decent time. I don't like the way Rimagal does his side-to-side attack, because it means that whatever's like dead center of him doesn't take the full brunt of the damage. So if it tells you it does X DPS, it generally doesn't. Jemmy, what's going on? Welcome to today. Right, so the dragon is still alive, but it's half dead, and it's not going to trade very well against Herald. Okay, he gets the slithers out just in time to res it. But it's SILCO that's kind of low HP here. Feels like his only win condition is to kill Vickers before Mana Frenzy. Oh, it could be Ares. He is playing Stormbringer. But not the Ares Bringer. Also, he's losing, so, you know, yeah, maybe it could be. Right, Rimagal spawned offensively here. And he knows he has to do that because he needs bridges. Right, this Rimagal's full HP on face. How did that all die behind him? Did he turn, but like not actually turn visually? It's kind of weird. Okay, some pressure coming here. We'd have to check that in the replay to see what happened. That was kind of unusual. Right, Mana Frenzy almost here for Ficus, but Death is also almost here. He's going to die. Okay. There was some weirdness that went on there with that dragon from what I saw. Let me know what you think. 1-1. And there you get the situation where the XP lead for Ficus is kind of irrelevant. I'm going to try and watch that on the stream as a replay. See what happened with that. Don't know if we'll get time to see it before the next match starts. Wonder if there's an easier way to be able to do replays. I don't want to go into the replay because then we'll have to cancel the spectate, so we'll end up missing the last game. Alright. Did I miss it? Oh, I think I missed it. Oh, it's not that dragon, it's the next dragon. I'm good, No One Eye. How are you doing? Trying to look at a replay of what just happened. There isn't really an easy way to do it. I'll think about how we can do it a better way, maybe. Looked like the dragon attack stuff behind it. Right, let me set my screen up so I can see when the next match starts. So you want to wait for this dragon to get on face. And then it looked like it was aggroed on face. The dragons do some weird aggro, and I want the devs to look at that, because they do some weird aggro. But, like, the dragon's on face here, and then it kills everything behind it. And it's not on face, because it's not doing damage. Okay, that is weird. It didn't do damage to face. I don't know what I've clicked. I don't know what I've clicked! I don't know how we ended up there. Okay, that was some weirdness that went on there. Has anyone seen anything like that? Right, 1-1. USA. I'm going to send that replay to the devs for them to have a look at. Oh, I can't send the replay because you don't get replays when it's from spectating. Are you in Germany, No One Eye? I hear it's pretty hot there. I think we're going to get some heat soon. It's warmer today. It's been raining a lot this week. We're supposed to be getting some painting done around the garage this week, and it hadn't been able to do it because it's been raining, but they did it today. Freezing and flooding there. Where are you? Stretch again. God damn it. Okay. Big stretch. You guys want to see how long my headset cable is? Okay, hold on. I don't know. Find it interesting. If I set this like this, and then I set my second to this, I can see when the match starts. Look how long this cable is. It's the cable that came with the headset. Actually going outside the room. That's why it always gets caught up under my bloody chair. I know, it's interesting. Was it his perk 3 that was played behind it? If it is his perk 3, then it's a taunt, but why did the dragon not turn around? Maybe it's just like an animation thing.
Duel!
We'll get the replay and we'll have a look at it properly. Sometime. But it looked weird. See, the thing is, when you've played thousands of hours in this game, so if anything that's not expected just sticks out like a sore thumb. Like yesterday when I bridge switched to Madrid and it was like slightly off the bridge and it still got bridge switched, but it kind of got pushed and it didn't get stunned. You just notice these things. Right. Picker's playing Diona Slither.
Blue has unlocked their first perk.
And we've got both players playing Diona, with both players having their Dynasty Diona skin, which is probably the rarest skin in the game, only available to tournament winners. Avalanche, very strong spell.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Oh, well, this is kind of an annoying setup here. We might be here forever. Okay, no, he resolved it. Right. Radic, gonna try to jump away. Okay. I think that worked out well. That bear trap really did help. Did take a hit, but a lot less than it could have been. Right, let's see how much value he can get from Radic. Remember, every time he jumps, it's going to cost him one extra mana than last time. First one's 1, next one's 2, next one's 3, then after that it's 4, then the next one's 5, and I don't know if there's a limit. I imagine you can't get over 10. Like, you just don't have enough mana to do it. Right, big stun. And remember the stun blast, you can see that blue target icon. That means it's marked. That means that range units in range will aggro. And that's really a powerful tool when you've got to push with ranged units. Okay, so both players done a reasonable amount of face damage.
Red got the second perk.
Silco needs to be aware of the Avalanche. Doesn't want to put too much stuff together. Remember, the ult perk coming for Diona is the Black Potion, which the potion will give you a werewolf. Interesting to see if that's balanced and played. Bear Trap's going to help out again here. Can he kill it? It looks like he can kill it this time before it gets out of the Bear Trap. Perfect. All of these matches have looked like Thickers has had an XP lead. Got to keep in that mana surge, 6+ mana to keep those Crystal Archers going.
Blue has earned perk number 3.
Oh, and there was a situation of marked overriding Taunt, where the Crystal Archer decided to stop attacking the Taunt Totem and attack the marked unit that was further away from it. Okay, Radic. Is it Radic or Riddick? Riddick's the film, Radic's the dude. Nice double trap action there. Played a lot of Diona this season in 2v2. She's good. I did go back to King Puff yesterday, and it feels like KP's just better for a similar deck. But maybe in solos, Diona can rule the roost. Flooding in South Africa. Normally it's hot there, isn't it? Right, big bear avalanche. Good looking push here coming out from Thickers though. I mean, obviously I mean SILCO. The interesting thing there is that Thickers had to use his traps to defend, so he doesn't have any of the traps to support for a while. But it feels like Thickers has more bridge control. But we saw that in the last game, that the bridge control might not necessarily mean anything. No Rimagol in this one to murder everything though. There's the trap picking off the back line. Got a bit of value. Ruffles taking a big hit, which, you know, you could argue that's worth it. But it was a yellow potion, which would have been the XP. But it kept the Scrat Tank alive, which means that he's going to get XP from having that bridge anyway. So it probably worked out. Just Ruffles values from different things. There you see the marked, getting the defense shredded. Jumps away from the taunt trap. Even though he's hitting the taunt trap, he's kind of hitting everything else as well. Still alive. Remember, Radic doesn't do very much damage to face. That's one of his weaknesses. Mana Frenzy coming for Thickers. SILCO putting on a good push at the bottom. But Mana Frenzy, it's got to be too much, surely. Thickers is not low enough HP for it to be really worrying. Blood Imps are out. Thickers doing a good job keeping the pressure on the bridges, but you just feel it's going to be too much. There's no Bear Trap to pick up the dog this time. He's going to just tank this on phase. Health's a resource. He can't afford to spend too much to stop it because he needs to get stuff on the bridges, which he doesn't have anyway. Now the bridges are both for Thickers. Thickers has Mana Frenzy. This is going to be the end of the game here. Heal from Ruffles for SILCO, but that's not really going to change anything. Couple of good pushes from SILCO. Nice to see Radic getting some value there. But ultimately, Thickers is going to take this series by 2-1. And as usual, he is Slither powered. Right, so Thickers takes that 1-2-1. I imagine all the other matches are completed because this one took 8 years. Right, let's bring up the page. Have a look at the staff. Remember, you can follow the brackets along from home if you want to. And as expected, this is indeed the only match that hasn't completed. Dark Crow beating Thigh Sauce. Ficus beating Silco. Set beating Renzo. DSOO beating Natty Yoda. Chief beating Verbala. And Horncat getting a win through a DQ. Maybe someone disappearing. Sometimes players don't understand the format and they'll lose their first game and then they'll go to the park or something. And they don't realise that they've still got matches to play. Okay, 2-0 set against Renzo. DSOO beating Natty Yoda. Chief 2-0 against Verbala. Dark Crow winning 2-0 there. So a bunch of 2-0s. Ficus we saw that was 2-1. Right, there we go. We just saw it. Real-time update to the third round. So, Dark Crow against Set, Silco against DSOO, Horncat against Chief, Ficus against Renzo, Thigh Sauce against Natty Yoda, and Diesel Clark against Verbala. We're going to drop in and check out Dark Crow against Set, both previous tournament winners. We've seen them play against each other a lot. Let's see what they decide to do today. So, just going to take a second to set up a couple of things here, and then we'll await the players to give their bans. Right, Set, Dark Crow, current score 0-0. So this is the third round of 4 Swiss rounds, and then once we've got those 4 rounds completed, we'll have our top 4. If you go to the website, you can see the current brackets, the current standings, but the standings really aren't particularly relevant until we get to the end. But as I said before, if a player's lost 1 game, they've got a good chance of getting through to the top 4. If they've lost 2, then they're going to be in trouble. So we see Ficus, Dark Crow and Set so far on maximum points. They've won their 2 matches. We've got Renzo, Thigh Sauce, Silco, Horncat, Chief, and DSOO all on 1 win and 1 loss. So, a bunch of players still in with the chance to get through to the top 4 there. Right. So it could have been Ficus's, talking about that Rimmergall, could have been Ficus's perk 3 rune. There were definitely ancestors there, so it was either the ancestor rune or the perk 3 rune. If it's the ancestor rune, there's no taunt with that. If it's the perk 3 rune, then it comes with the taunt, the damage, and the ancestors. So that should have turned Rimmergall round. So it could just be a visual thing. But the thing with the taunt is the taunt doesn't interrupt an attack that's already happening. So things like Bara, the dragons that have very long attack animations, if you taunt once it's started, the taunt won't affect it until it finishes that attack and then goes to do its next attack. But that's kind of by the by with that situation, because it already, we could see with the damage, it didn't do damage to face, it did damage to everything behind it. So it was taunted in some way. Unless it has like an extra, like a tail whip or something, I don't know. They add a tail whip to Rimmergall. Rimmergall needs a buff, tail whip. Heard it here first. That's kind of interesting. You can no longer put your stuff behind it. You have to tank it, and your DPS needs to go to the side of it. Okay. Maybe not for Rimmergall or Nirvir, but maybe a new unit could have some kind of tail whip. Hey, what do you think? Madness? Probably. It's no stupid ideas. This is a safe space. Okay, so we're going to wait for the players to ban. We've got Darkrow against Set. And as always, each player can ban a master. And 3 cards. The only cards that are banned are the current season cards. The Protocol Assassin. 4, 5, 5, 4, 4, 5. 4, 5, 5, 4, 5, 5. 4, 5, 5, 4, 5, 5. Dash 1N. Protocol Assassin. Just rolls off the tongue. And the Null Matrix, which we haven't seen much. Both are likely to get buffed in the next patch. If you want to know what balance changes are coming up, check out the PTR. I'm not sure if it's still open, but my video is still open for the PTR. Add it to your playlist. Add it to watch next. A lot of stuff on there. We've got the upcoming alt perks. We've got the meta analysis. We've got PTR with the balance changes, the rework to Setsu. So many things. Go check it out. The meta analysis should be interesting, especially if you're a new player. You're trying to figure out what to play, what to car, what to craft. Check out the most played masters on the leaderboard. Cards, decks, all that kind of good stuff. Legendaries. Yeah. I might even give you a link for it. You want a link? Yeah? Okay. I got you. Here we go. Meta review video. Boom. Okay, we've got our bands in. Let's get ready to rumble. Who's player 1? Darkrow. Oh yeah, let me set up the spectate before I forget that. Otherwise I say I'm ready and I'm not, and that's a whole cringe fest. These players obviously play together against each other a lot, but there was maybe 4 or 5 tournaments in a row where they would play against each other in the final over and over again. And for a long time, I think it was Darkrow that got the best. Or was it Set? Maybe it was Set. It was one of them. One of them kept winning, and then eventually the other one won. It was a long time ago then. Right, Darkrow has banned Tronvir, Zealots of the Burning Fist, Wartrack Dreadnought, and Rystar. High Marshal Rystar. Okay, nothing shocking there. Rystar's maybe a little bit left field, but still it's a pretty strong strat. And Set has banned King Puff. Now this is kind of interesting. So Zealots of the Burning Fist, not surprised about. Chief Icebreaker both got a big kind of rework / nerf in the last patch, but still clearly something that people are concerned about. And Herald our Moon. So that means that Set hasn't banned Wartrack, which means Darkrow might play Wartrack. What do we think? Maybe. It's possible. Right, so those are the bands. We're ready. So we've seen Wartrack get banned. We've seen Wartrack not get banned. But what we haven't seen is Wartrack get played. So there's a chance here. Darkrow has banned Wartrack, so Set definitely can't. But Set didn't ban it, so Darkrow could possibly play it. And I feel like the players have got to keep that in mind. And thinking about it, no, that doesn't really work. I had a good thing, but then I realised it didn't make sense. And I stopped before I made a fool of myself. So the question is, does that mean that Set is going to play... No, sorry. Does that mean that Dark Crow is going to play War Track? And does that mean that Set's going to expect him to play War Track and play something against it? I don't know. The players know, and we're about to find out. Right, round 3, best of 3. Dark Crow against Set.
Showtime!
Right, Valorian against KP. Right, Slither from Dark Crow looks like. Maybe Slither from Set as well. So Set playing Chief Icebreaker Bolf, and that's fine because he was not the one at he was the one at Bandit, sorry. So his ban is towards Dark Crow, not at himself. Okay, not a bad Hypnotize. Kept the bridge the whole time, which is kind of important there. War Track's being banned a lot, yeah, and we would expect it to, because it's still dominating the meta, even though it's been banned, been nerfed 12 times.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Right, Dark Crow's got Shield Guard of Light, which is a card I've been playing a lot in 2v2 and really liking. Okay, nice Searing Light from Dark Crow to clear the Talak at the bottom and grab the bridge. You know, these timer perks, you don't want to hold on to them for too long. You want to use them, go again. Right, there we see Bolf. Remember, Bolf does the kind of the same DPS before his rework to a frozen target. Gets 3 attacks off when he freezes a target, but then after that, his DPS is far reduced. So once he's on face, once something's unfrozen, but still clearly good enough to be played in a lot of these decks. Right, a Kinlap against a Kinlap. Dark Crow committing extra units to the top because he wants to get on the bridge there. The bridge was red. He doesn't want this long fight to keep the bridge red the whole time. No, it was kind of a weird interaction there. Not sure. The Hypno, the bridge switch didn't really cause too much. But of course, when you're playing against King Puff, you've got to be really cognizant of not playing spells on the bridge unless you know they don't have their bridge switch. So many times in 2v2 randoms when I'm playing King Puff, you get people that Magma Storm or Beam of Doom on the bridge, Harmful Souls, and you just yeet, just switch out of it. Okay, Talok doing massive damage at the top there while it was poisoned. Okay, XP about the same. Set's taken a little bit more face damage. He can't keep taking this face damage over and over again. Whose perk 3 is going to be more impactful? Probably King Puff, I would have thought. We saw earlier in the day, I think it was Renzo playing King Puff, that perk 3, just so much value. But a Kinlap's good against the Night Puffs. The poison in general is good against the Night Puffs. They are weak, they do have a shield. The poison basically just ticks through that. The Hypnotize trying to keep things busy here. The chain is going to stop most of it. Okay. Dark Crow's got himself a bit of an XP lead here, which means he's got his perk 3. He gets the Empowered Searing Light, which does double damage. His auto attack is also more impactful. There's a bridge switch from Set, but awkwardly it's just before perk 3. So no night paths, and that's definitely a mistake I see a lot of players playing.
The third perk.
We've still got to wait a long time for his next trick swap. But he needs to start getting those night paths, getting some value. We get a decrease on the stretch cooldown. Or you could just stop using it, I don't know. Wait, hold on, a decrease on it? No. What the hell? I thought you meant an increase. Right. Bridge switch is ready. He's trying to get stuff on the bridge. Gets a couple of night paths from it. Of course, you do get the stun elsewhere. The Blood Imp's getting punished. And we know Darkrow's one of those players. We've seen it a number of times before where you just keep using those Blood Imps. Longer than you really should. But as long as you've got at least 1 HP, you're not dead. More face damage there. Darkrow getting low, and you've got to remember, Set does have Chain Lightning. It does 100 damage to face, so he's almost 2 Chain Lightnings away. Bridge switch here, he's got to do it surely. It doesn't help him too much. He's got to be really careful. He's committed his defense at the top there. But that shield guard will probably kill him if he doesn't deal with it quickly enough. Right. Set taking a lot of face damage there. Darkrow very low on HP. If he takes any sort of face damage, he's within 2 Chain Lightnings of death. But he's close to Mana Frenzy. This is going to be a close one. If he was at 100 HP, I would say Set's definitely winning this. But at 102 HP, it's not quite so clear cut. What does Set do? Just cycle as cheaply as possible here? The problem is he's low HP as well, so he can't just ignore everything. He does have a heal path. Chain Lightning coming up. Straight on face. 2 HP. Bridge switch. He just needs to stay alive and cycle as cheaply as possible here. But can he do that? The Kinlap is scary. Set dies if he doesn't get his Chain Lightning. It's coming. It's not going to be fast enough. And that 2 HP, every hit point matters. Wow. We could see what was happening, but of course, Set going straight for those Chain Lightnings means he loses control of the bridge, the field, and especially against the Mana Frenzy opponent. He really put himself on a timer, and unfortunately, couldn't quite get there. Very close. Right. Darkrow wins that one with 2 HP to spare. Excuse me. Let's try not to sneeze again. I don't imagine we'll see a closer finish with regards to HP than that game. 2 HP left for Darkrow. And Set was only 3 or 4 mana away from his next Chain Lightning. As long as you have at least 1 HP, you're not dead. I said it, and it was actually correct. We knew it was correct, but we got to see it almost in action. 2 HP is... some would say it's too much. He's got twice as much health as he needs. Come on. You putting on a show or not? It was interesting because both players knew exactly what was going on. Set knew that he was just cycling as quickly as he can to get those chains out. And Darkrow knew he was doing that, and he knew that he didn't have the time to just chill, hold the bridges in Mana Frenzy, and just push towards a win. He knew he was on a timer as well. He had to get that game won before that. That would have been his third Chain Lightning, right? He was at 202 HP. And that must have been really awkward for Set, because he knew that the difference between needing 2 and 3 Chain Lightnings was huge. He's got to go through his whole deck one more time. And Darkrow just needed to be saying to himself, don't play the Blood Imps, 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 don't play the Blood Imps. I mean, it's good to stretch, right? I don't know, are we missing one? Oh, we got another one. Oh, I will not stop. It's good for me. Luckily, we don't have a press-ups one, right? You might wonder what I'm stretching, but it's definitely my right calf muscle for sure. Wow. You might regret this. Check out this Twitch tan. Damn, fish! Have you ever seen the sun? He's the sun. Who needs to touch grass? There we go. Thanks for looking out for my health. Right, game 2. Snow Arena. You know it's set.
Duel!
Right, Darkrow playing Valorian. Not the same deck, though. We've got some Stout Hearts in there. Remember, Stout Hearts did get a nerf in the last patch. Their damage went down. Their attack rate went up, but overall it was a nerf. And Set playing King Puff with Slithers. Okay, there you see the raged Stout Hearts. Spawn them next to each other. Right, so there we saw a situation where basically Bolf had started his attack, then the Hypnotize clicked, but because he'd already started his attack, he still attacked the Woodsman. But it was kind of weird because his animation looked like he didn't attack the Woodsman or something like that. But I mean, it works as it should, at least mechanically. The Hypnotize doesn't interrupt an attack. Oh, Gorek's Sacrifice. Oh my god! Set's missed it with the Chain Lightning. That's awful. Set drops the GG. He does have a Musketeer, though. He could have taken the top bridge with the Musketeer jumping back. Not sure it lands. Goes on there, Matt. Thanks so much for the sub. Okay, Musketeer, of course, hard counters the Cleaver, because the Cleaver's attack is slower than the reload on the Musketeer's riposte. It looked like he Chain Lightning in the middle Blood Imp. It then went to the other one that was not sacrificed, and that one was too far away from the original one to jump. Okay. Thanks, Matt, so much for your subscription. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for joining us. Just had a great game with Darkrow 1 with 2 HP. Let's see how this one works out. Right, he's going for it again. He's not going to miss this one, right? Okay, he gets them all. And he gets the sacrificing one. He hits that first, because you know it's important. Chain Lightning is a simple spell, but it's so often misplayed. How many times do you see people hitting the tower first, and then it has to choose between which pocket to go through, and something misses the attack? But we got the War Track Dreadnought from Darkrow. It wasn't banned. It is the perk 2 version. Remember, the Dreadnought starts as a 5 mana card. Once you get to perk 2, it's a 7 mana card. Once you're up to perk 3, it's a 9 mana card. And of course, it gets better each time. It has more health and more attacks. I didn't show my ass. What are you talking about? Right, so this is still the 7 mana perk 2 version, but this is a big push going on. Musketeer's not going to last too long, and this might be too much. What does he have to deal with this? A Kinlap's not great at killing stuff quickly, although if it gets the poison on it and then does the dong, but it's attacking a lot of its own stuff, this is going to be too much, and this is why the War Track is just out of control in the meta at the moment. He's going to have to chain it. That means he can't stop the next one, but the flyby's coming in as well. Just War Track things. And that's, I mean, if you don't ban it, you're going to open yourself up to that, right? I feel like you just have to ban it. It's just way too cringe. I call it the cringe naught. Right, so Dark Crow takes that 2-0. The first game, incredibly close. The second game, incredibly not. Okay, let's see what's going on elsewhere in the third round. Right. So, Chief, let me bring this up actually for you to see. So Chief beating Horncat. We'll have a look at the other scores. We know Dark Crow that hasn't had any matches, any scores reported yet. It's kind of annoying, but we saw it, so it's okay. SILCO, DSOO winning the first game. We might be able to jump in on that. Ficus against RENZO. Is Ficus winning the first game. Baylor beating Diesel Clark. Looks like Diesel Clark may have gone AWOL. Thysos. Sauce beating Natty Yoda. Right, so what's outstanding? SILCO against DSOO. Let's see if we can jump into that and see what's going on. They're not currently in a game. Growling, relax. This match might be over, it might not. We're just waiting for it to get... Okay, it is over. DSOO winning by 2-0. We tried to catch the end of it. We were too slow. Okay. I'm not sure where FDM is. I think he was up late. Fixing bugs and stuff. Working on alt perks. Definitely not drinking alcohol. I don't know. Right, so just waiting for that. Oh, it looks like it's locked in. Right, Dark Crow gets the win there. DSOO gets the win there. Chief gets the win there. Ficus against RENZO. Okay, maybe that hasn't finished. I overlooked that one for some reason. That might be going to a third game. It might not. I don't know. If they report it correctly, we'll find out. No, it's not. Ficus has won that and has won the second game. Okay. Again, an attempt was made, but failure was encountered. Right, so we're going to go into our fourth and final was I going to say then? Why was Volko on my mind? Fourth and final Swiss round. So we'll have a look at the standings. Okay, looks like they've completed here. Right, so we've got Dark Crow at the moment. The only unbeaten player. 3 wins, 0 losses. Thysos 2-1. Set 2-1. Chief 2-1. DSOO 2-1. Ficus. Don't think this is showing Ficus' score yet, because it's only just gone in. So let's refresh that. Okay, right, here we go. Dark Crow and Ficus unbeaten. Therasos, Set, Chief, DSOO with a 2-1 record. So we're probably looking at top 4 from those. So, Set against Chief, maybe? Dark Crow against Ficus, that's really just to decide who wins. RENZO against SILCO. RENZO, 1-2, SILCO. Okay, so they're probably both out, unfortunately. Okay, so it's probably going to be Set against Chief. Winner goes through, loser probably goes out. So once this round's completed, we'll have our top 4, and then we will have, we'll go to our best of 5 top 4 shootouts. Are we allowed to finger guns? Who knows? We've done it. And reminder, if you miss any of the action or you want to go back to see it again, you can check out the Twitch VOD that's already there. Obviously, it doesn't show what happens in the future yet. And then we'll have the YouTube VOD, which will be up on my YouTube channel tomorrow. So make sure you go and give that one. 13 old perks, 24/7 with blood and sweat. Yes. Wait, what happened to the 14th? Isn't the 14 Masters now? Right, so the next thing we get is the bans from the players, and after seeing that last match, you've got to ban Wartrack, right? Both players have got to ban the Dreadnought. They've got to, right? They've got to either ban it or just expect it and counter it, but that's, I think it's easier just to ban it. Just ban it. It leaves other things open, but they're probably not as disgusting as the Wartrack. And that Dreadnought, that was only the perk 2 version. We didn't even see its final form in that last game. So if you're new to the tournament scene or tournaments in general, and you're wondering how players decide what to ban, they're either going to think about what's really strong in the meta that I'm likely to encounter against, like the Wartrack, for example, Bolf, Zealots, things like that. What are things that are generally strong in tournaments, but we don't see too much on the meta, like Ardera for some reason. Also, then you can start thinking about what are your decks good at and what are your decks bad at. So if you're playing like a deck with lots of heavy units where you want a big death ball, then you want to ban things like the Beamer Doom, Magma Storm, something like that that's a counter to that. And then also you get the next step where these players play against each other a lot and they know the kind of things that the players want to or are likely to play. So then maybe you're banning specifically against that player, something you wouldn't ban against any other player. So let's see which of those come up with. I imagine we're going to see Zealots banned, we're going to see Wartrack banned, APEP, King Path. But we'll see. But as mentioned at the start, if players are banning Wartrack, that means something they normally would ban is not going to be banned. Like Korgoth, we've seen him get a lot of bans in the past. He might get through there. Ardera, that might open the floodgate for some Empyrean stuff. Right, so let's get our ban screen up. Right, so Set has banned Volko. And so this is an example of Set banning Volko because he knows that Chief wants to play it. They play a lot. We've seen Chief play it on the ladder and in tournaments before. He's also banned Zealots of the Burning Fist. He's also banned Herald Our Moon. And he's banned, you guessed it, the Wartrack Dreadnought. Right, so make sure they're right. Set's banning Volko, Herald of Our Moon, Zealots, Wartrack, and Chief has banned APEP. He's banned Herald, so that's probably something that Set would have liked to play. Wartrack Dreadnought. And Korgoth. Okay, so that's what they can't play. What does that open up with what they could play? Or what they do play? Right, Set. Looks like Chief's restarted his game. We are ready here. And the fish thumbs up. Okay, so reminder, this could be... I mean, this is likely to be a decider. Whoever wins will go to the top 4. Whoever doesn't will probably not. Wait a second. We'll do the bettings in the top 4. If I remember. Remind me when we get to the top 4, which is the next game after this. Could have a mod do it, but you know, imagine having a mod here. Oh, Uncle's here. Imagine having a mod that knows how to set that up here. Right, here we go. Yeah! Set against Chief. Winner goes through, loser probably goes out. You could do, but I don't think the hats are valuable enough to want you to make you want to do that.
Let the match begin.
Right, Chief in the red corner, Set in the blue corner. Tronvir against Morelia. Morelia with her basic skin playing in a curse deck. And Set playing the Slither stuff that we kind of expect. And here you see the power of both shredding through. Remember, he has a special thing. Only it's a unique ability to him where he does double damage to frozen units. Ah, that's an awkward hypnotize. Not a fan of that.
Blue unlocked the first perk.
Okay, awkward bridges to start with for Chief. Can't get anywhere near them. Going to be a decent XP lead to start with Set. He's got his Wind Rune ready to kill something. Going to have his finger on the trigger. Corpse Explosion.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Okay, there it is. Not only does it do a lot of damage, it then tanks. It is a targetable unit. It was the closest thing. But again, the bridge at the bottom remains blue, and it's been blue basically the entire time. Right. Chief's playing Toll of the Dead, so if he gets to a Cursed Ascension, that will be powerful. But we'll see. Remember, he's got a counter on the right of his deck, 32. That's how many Spectral Essences he has. has to get 80 of those. You get those by spending mana on accursed cards. Not a fan of the Hypnotize in here. It's not an accursed card, so it slows your Ascension down. You can get a lot of value from it, but I feel like he has used it in ways that won't give him too much value. So it's not really worth it. But we know late game Ascension can be disgustingly strong. But let's see. He's got a bunch of cards in his deck that get stronger when he reached Accursed Ascension. He's got the Toll of the Dead that will give the extra Skelly. He's got Harmful Souls, which will give far more removal power. Skeleton Crew, which will be more valuable. But he's going to find himself a long way down. Can he survive until he gets there? Okay, he's got Jing ready to go here if he needs it. Jing's going to get poisoned, though.
Blue has earned perk number 3.
Right, 62 out of 80 Spectral Essences. But XP is just terrible for Chief right now. 130 against 60. I feel like that's a better Hypnotize. Not incredible, but it's the best that we've seen of them so far. Honestly, I don't know as a mod how you set up the prediction. I don't know if you can access it through the mod view. Set up the predictions. Last match was Dark Crow with the War Track Dreadnought. Alright, there's the Ascension for Chief and the Toll trigger. So he's going to get more Skellies, but he's so far behind. Even if he holds both bridges from this point on, Set's still going to get to Mana Frenzy first. I don't know if that's true, but I'm sure it is. Again, let's just another awkward Hypnotize. We've seen Chief have some very strong decks, or deck with Volko. But Set's done a good job banning that, so Chief is going to have to dig in here and use something different we've seen, and it's not working out for him at the moment. Mana Frenzy's coming.
Watch out, everybody. Blue's got Mana Frenzy. Red gains the 3rd perk.
Right, Mana Frenzy, this is going to be the beginning of the end. Chief's just not going to have enough to deal with this. His Dragon's coming, but it's so little. Far too little, far too late. And Set controlled the bridges almost the entire time. Right, Set takes the first one. Looks like he's trying to book his... Or he's 1 foot into the best of 4, 5. Best of 4, what am I talking about? That was a combination of top 4 and best of 5. Best of 4. No winner decided. Right. So a bit of a humbling in that first game, but it's the problem with a curse. You are weak early on. Wasn't a fan of the Hypnos. They felt kind of forced. Surely there was a better option. Sometimes you can get massive value out of the Hypnos, but you know, you need like cleavers and stuff you're Hypnoing that are going to murder something, not just tickle it. And every time he spent mana on the Hypnotize, he was slowing down his Ascension.
Let the fight commence.
I don't know. I feel like I remember you playing Volko decks. And it seems like Set does as well. Right, game 2. Set. I assume queued in with the same deck. Chief playing Apep this time. Not a fan of that bounty sniper. Like, it's way too far forward. It's immediately just going to die.
Red has obtained their first perk.
Unless I'm thinking of the wrong person with the Volko decks, but I feel like it was like a crystal Volko deck. Again, a lot of XP to start with from Set. I don't know. I don't think I've tampered with the mod settings.
Blue obtained perk 2.
Right. XP lead for Set. Doing some damage as well. Bolf not doing the kind of face damage he used to. But he's still a decent HP pool that takes a little while to deal with. Right. Rabid Prowler gets locked down by the Snake Druid. That's going to be frustrating. It'll take a little while for it to die.
Red obtained perk number 2.
Didn't really get too much value. Right, Gax is out. Does he have his totem? Yes, he does. Or the totem's played... Oh, the totem's played in the wrong place. Gets headbutted, and he takes the damage from the Gax. There was no need to play the totem there. Like, not the Gax. The headbutted by the... He takes damage. So does that mean... Like, was it doing face damage as well? Does it switch? Is it an AoE headbutt? Like, what's going on in that situation with the Kinlap there?
Perk number 3.
Perk 3 for Set. It's going to be a big push. This is where you want the bounty sniper in the pocket, keep it alive for as long as possible, get it ticking over, getting those kills, that XP. But of course, the bounty sniper is going to push at the top, it's going to get shut down by Kinlap. There's the Kinlap headbutt. He's done it again! He's put the totem right next to a Kinlap. If you make a mistake, that's fine. You've got to learn from it, though. It was awkward for the positioning, but okay. That's GG. Set is likely to be into the final 4 with that. I have to look at the replay to see if the Kinlap... I mean, it wouldn't be hitting face right, but... But it seemed to melt that totem, so it must have been doing double damage somewhere. Am I missing that? Is that normal? I don't know. That didn't seem right, how quickly the totem died. How much health does the totem have now? 350 health. Which should take 3 headbutts. But it seemed to die real fast. Let's have a look if we can see it on the replay. It felt like it died faster than it should have done, right? Maybe we only watched your matches when you played Volko on the tournament, so that's just clouding our memory. Okay, here it is. Okay. Well, let me know what you think about that totem. Did it look like it took double damage? What was going on? If it's headbutting face, then it would just take the damage from the headbutt, which should be 100 each. But it looked like it died in almost one headbutt. So it could have been taking the double damage from the face and the hit on the totem as well. I mean, most of us are outmatched when we come up against Dark Crow. So, Dark Crow against Vickers look like they're starting game 2, so we can jump in and see what's going on there. See if we can find out the score. And I feel like that Volko ban must have been tugged, so it must have come from somewhere. Maybe it's the Mandela effect. We have a shared incorrect memory. Right, Vickers against Dark Crow. Looks like Dark Crow's 1-0 up, I think. Both of these players are unbeaten. Both of these players are going to get to the top anyway. Top 4. I think he was trying to use the taunt trap to aggro the hypnotized units, but I don't think it works like that. Right, we saw a game earlier where Dark Crow won with 2 HP. So he's got over just under 700 now, so that's plenty for him.
You gained the third perk.
Right, XP lead for Ficus still. But from the HP, it doesn't look like we're going to get there. Blood Imps are out. They are shielded. Grenadier is not a way to punish them.
Red gains the third perk.
Those clouds, when Wreck disappears, they look awesome. They're huge, though. They do look great. I love skins that have things like that, where things change from other skins or do slightly different damage, different animations or something. Right. Ficus trying to hold on to get to perk 3. 4. Perk 4. It's the Mana Frenzy. I know how this game works. That's it. GG. 1-1, I think. Right, we'll double check the score, but I think it's 1-1. Right, so we believe it's 1-1. Just trying to get that confirmed. The result of this match is not going to change qualification, but it looks like... Yeah, it's 1-1. It looks like it's going to change potential seeding in the top 4. So first place will play 4th, second will play 3rd, so this could affect that. Or it will affect that for sure. So all the other matches are completed. Set beating Chief, DSOO beating Therasis, Renzo beating Silco, Verbela beating Horncat, Natty Yoda getting a win. So... Okay, so the top 4 is going to be Set, DSOO, Dark Crow, and Ficus, but we don't know the order yet because this match has not completed. So those top 4 are all on 9 points, but Dark Crow and Ficus, one of those is going to receive another 3 points. So whoever wins this will go through unbeaten on 12 points. And whoever loses this will go through in 4th place from the looks of it. Oh, could have been incorrectly reported. They are just checking that. Okay, it was incorrectly reported. Ficus has won that by 2-0. Okay, so... Right, so it didn't actually turn out as I expected. But I guess we can't actually draw the results until they're all in and they all affect the other results. So that's my excuse. Right, so... all of the matches are locked in, which means we have our top 4... Zoom this little bad boy in. Okay, so we've got Ficus on 12 points. Sets and matches, so he's won all 4 of his matches today. Dark Crow on 9 points, lost 1 of his matches. Set on 9 points, lost 1 of his matches. And DSOO on 9 points, also lost 1 of his matches. So remember, DSOO did lose that opening game against Renzo, but it looks like he regained his composure. Not that he ever lost it, but he's got himself into the top 4. You can't win the tournament in the early stages, but you can definitely potentially lose it. Right, sorry, I was just fixing something there. You should be able to see my cursor now. Yep. Right. So that means our top 4 are going to play in the semi-finals. It's going to be Ficus in 1st place against DSOO in 4th place. Ficus runner-up in the last event. Nerzel did win the last tournament. He's not here today. And then we have Darkrow against Set in the other semi-final. I'm going to take a quick pee break, and then we'll get into the semi-final. The players will have the same bands, same band powers, but in the semi-finals, it is best of 5, so first to 3, and there are conquest rules. Thanks for the follow, Michael. The conquest rules, which means if you win with a master, you can no longer play with the masters. So we've seen like Set playing Tronvir over and over again. You can't do that. You can play the same deck, but not the same master. Right, BRB. Right, doesn't look like anything's happened while I've been away. Good, good, good. Didn't miss anything. Right. So, if we select top slash prediction and hit enter, is what we see. Right, it's going to be Set against Darkrow in the first match. Let's start getting ready for that. Right, set Darkrow, good. Darkrow's already there. Change the name to Set. Reset the score. Reset. Okay, semi-final 1. Best of 5. Right, let's go back to this screen now. Right, who will win? Who will? Outcome 1 is Set. Outcome 2 is Darkrow. We're going to do a channel prediction points thing, so you can win some channel points if you want. Probably 5 minutes is going to be fine. Yeah. Right, submissions for the betting should be open at the top of the chat. Right, bans. Before we do that, I just want to double check what the result was between them when they played before. Right. Just tell me their matches. Yeah. Okay. So Darkrow against Set. Darkrow beat Set 2-0 earlier. Okay. Okay, so bans for the players coming in right now. Player 1 is Set, so Set as bans. King Puff. Herald. Herald our moon. That's it, that's why you want the hats, right? Everything else is irrelevant. Zealots of the Burning Fist. And War Track. I think he's learnt his lesson. And Darkrow has banned Tronvir. Seems targeted. Zealots. I mean, so I put War Track as the last card because it always feels like an expensive card, but it should be the first card really. But let's go with it. Zealots. Am I looking at the wrong one? Zealots. Oh, okay. War Track. And Rystar, which is High Marshal Rystar, to give him his real full name. So, Tronvir, Rystar, War Track, Zealots, King Puff, Zealots, Herald. So, Darkrow not banning Herald against Set. I'm pretty sure Set's going to play a Herald deck. But let's see if Darkrow expects that and tries to counter it. Right, are we ready here? That's ready, that's ready. Ready. Right. Set is located in Ukraine. We know he has power issues over there with everything that's going on. At the moment he's okay. But fingers crossed that will continue. He wasn't able to complete the last event because of it. It's kind of crazy that they kind of have a heads up that an attack on a power station is coming or something, so they know when their power's going to go out. Fingers crossed he can get through this and everyone stays safe. Of course, staying safe is more important than Minion Masters. Just. Right! Yeah! Here we go. First match in the first semi-final. We're best of 5 now. It's Set against Darkrow.
And we're off.
Right, Set's playing King Path. Darkrow's playing Valorian. Okay, so Harmful Souls Darkrow has. So that's going to be a counter to Herald. Harmful Souls, it's strong enough to play outside of an Accursed deck. Using a little sort of cheeky bug there to get the Stun Lancers to split. You spawn them on your tower and the collision pushes them. Bug or feature? Unsure. RENZO, thanks for the raid. Welcome everybody. Camels for all. Okay, looks like most of the channel points went on Darkrow for this one. Okay, there we go. Straight away, Herald. Boom. Kills it. The reason you do it quickly is because you don't want your opponent to have a chance to throw down the slithers to try to get the res out. Darkrow's done a great job here. He didn't ban it because he knew Set was going to play it, but then he played a counter to it. It's going to be interesting to see how we go on with that, because Set's going to know that he's going to want to do that every time, so he's going to have to try to spawn some stuff around. See, again, the bridge is counting against Set there. There was a bridge grab failed at the top with the aggro back, and then the swarmers were too fast to split onto the bridge and take it at the bottom. But there's a couple of ways there that the bridge changes were impactful. Only a little bit, what we've seen in these matches earlier today, just the smallest of things can decide these matches. Darkrow winning earlier with 2 HP. Set might play the Herald on top of a Kinlap to try to tank those harmful souls. Okay, so he has some extra stuff here. So he might hypnotize to kill everything. Okay, he's playing Valorian as well, which is another counter to it. But he's had to use a lot of mana to deal with it, and he still hasn't dealt with it. It hasn't revived yet. It's still got the circle in its hand. So there it does revive. It does survive as well. So he's hypnotized it. He's harmful soulsed it. He's searing lighted it. And it's survived all through that to get more value. Right, Set playing a future card. He does have an impetus. He wants to use it as quickly as possible. We could have impetused at the bottom to stop that bridge grab, and that would have been something that Deadshot, I think, would definitely have done. Just because Deadshot's used to doing that. Maybe Set, not quite. Doesn't have that sort of mindset with the impetus at the moment. Right, here we go. Tries to tank the harmful souls hits. Gets a lot of them, but then the harmful souls is going to come in and clear it up if he needs to. He might not need to here. It's still got the res available. It's still got that circle. The sphere. We could have easily killed it with the harmful souls, but you want to use as little mana to kill it as possible. So a Kinlap at the top there has got Rage and Spirit. Guess it picked up both of those buffs. It's kind of murdered though. XP lead for Darkrow at the moment. Hypnotize here just to keep everything kind of busy. Gonna work out. He's gonna hold the bridge. Oh my goodness, those Blood Imps just got absolutely spanked by Herald. And Darkrow needs to be careful with that. The Herald goes down pretty quickly though. Good XP lead. Darkrow controlling that side of things. But now perk 3 King Puff. He's gonna start getting these Night Puffs out. They might not do much, but they're going to need to be handled, and that means that he's forcing his opponent to use mana against it, and then they just get their value in that form. Right, a Kinlap. Sorry, Herald. Everything's going to die here, I think. Okay, just gets the res, but it's almost dead. Darkrow will be happy with that, just holding the Herald or a few hits, holding the bridges. Right, but here come the Night Puffs. How does he deal with this? The Herald is low HP. It's not going to be aggroed by the Kinlap. That could be a problem. The Kinlap's going to die very quickly here. Right, the Herald goes down, but only under 500 HP left for Darkrow. He is ahead on XP, but he needs to be careful. We've seen how close these matches can be. So Chain Lightning for Set, if I'm correct. He doesn't want to Harmful Souls this because it's likely to get tanked by the Kinlap. Right, bridge switch coming now. Oh, they're hypnotized! That's what I like to do. You leave it to the last second to bridge switch it and you get that baited spell out. Darkrow's going to really struggle to hold on here. And he was ahead on XP, but Set was nearly coming back on XP himself. Okay, again, super close match between these players. And I mean, it was interesting because Set played Herald and Darkrow knew he was going to do it. He didn't ban it. He said, look, I'm not going to ban this. You're going to play this, and I'm going to counter it. And it didn't quite work out. But close. There was one of those heralds that took so much mana to kill. It just got so much value. There was a Hypnotize, there was a Searing Light, there was a Harmful Souls, and still it survived. Briefly, but all the time it's alive, it's going to get some value. The thing with the Harmful Souls, instead of a beam, for example, is you can't guarantee that you're going to kill it. Especially with the revive mechanic, the sacrifice, where it can come back for a second time. If you beam it, it's dead whatever. Whereas the Harmful Souls doesn't do enough damage and can be tanked by the other units. So you're playing Harmful Souls to kill it, but it's not a guaranteed kill. But of course it's less mana than the beam. But it's not less mana than a Harmful Souls, a Searing Light, and a Hypnotize all together. But the problem with playing a beam is that you really, really need your opponent to have a good target for it. Otherwise it's going to be a dead card in your hand. But again, Dark Crow playing those Blood Imps, and new players will be just scratching their head thinking, why would you play Blood Imps ever, let alone in the semi-final of a tournament? And the reason you do is because they are super efficient, unless they get massively punished. And of course, the good players will attempt to play them in a way that they don't get massively punished. It's 1 mana for 5 things to take both bridges, to spawn on bridges. They do good DPS, which is the good side of it, but of course they have blood packs, so you're going to lose some health. You're effectively saying, look, I'm going to allow some of my health to be removed, but I'm going to save mana doing it. And often it works out. You know, we saw like the blood imps getting grenadiered. That's kind of irrelevant from HP point of view, but when they all get spanked by the herald, then that's a problem. And the chances of the Blood Imps getting all the way to face and then getting spanked by the Herald is pretty slim. But of course, you know, you've got to pay attention to, if you're playing them, you've got to look at how your opponent can punish them and stay away from it. And if you're playing against them, you've got to look at how you can punish it and try to force that issue. And it was Dark Crow very close to Mana Frenzy at the end there. Could have potentially held on. Had he not had those Blood Imps get spanked, then of course he would have had a lot more HP. But if he'd not played the Blood Imps, he would have had less mana.
Welcome to Minion Masters.
Okay.
Showtime.
Set playing. For some reason, Set loves this arena. Everyone hates it. Everyone else hates it. Right, Wrecked. Set playing his Wrecked skin, the SBI winning skin for Wrecked. Dark Crow sticks with Valorian. Remember, if you win with a Master, like Set did in the previous match, you can't play that Master again. King Puff is no longer available for him during this match. But Dark Crow played Valorian, but lost with Valorian. So that's fine. Okay, Morgul's Mark being used there really just to distract the Akin Lab. It is taunted. Both didn't hit it, first of all, because the taunt is only quite a small range. There was a discussion in the Minion Masters Discord earlier between the range of Marked and the range of Taunt. Taunt is only sort of a small range, like 5 or something, whereas Marked is as long as the range of your ranged unit. Right, let's see how Set does with Wrecked. Set was a little disappointed when he... I mean, obviously he was ecstatic to get a skin in the game, but he was disappointed that it was going to be a Wrecked skin. Basically because he never really played Wrecked. Yeah, a fireball doesn't do enough damage though against the Armoon. You need more of a big AoE or stronger single target. Okay, barreled Zeppelin gets a bit more value than a normal one would. And the Brecht is really good with the Shadow Dances to keep bridges, put pressure on them. Right, does this Battle Monkey have enough time to kill the Stun Lancers? Yes, he does! Right, Blood Imps again, so you can see them spawned on the bottom bridge, grabbing both of them.
Red got the second burn.
Grabbing both, I don't know what. I don't know, both what? I don't know. What am I talking about? Big XP lead for Set to start with here. We see Bolf shredding the Frozen Kinlap, getting a heal from Valorian's perk 2, the Holy Light. And there we see again, he tries to grab the bridges, but the Swarmers are too fast. They don't stay on the bridge long enough. And I think that's why a lot of people are playing Skeleton Crew instead of Swarmers. Because they do stay on that bridge long enough to take it, even if they aggro backwards. What is that hypnotize? Misplay, maybe? There was nothing there for it to attack. If you hypnotize something that's on its own, it does nothing. Okay, that's a nice split at the top. One of the Swarmers goes on the bridge, two of them run back. Perfect. Now that's a great beam. Could have been a little better, could have killed that. But killing that quickly allows him to get the bridges. What's that green poison at the top left? I don't know. I wouldn't go near it though. Right, one punch blast getting some value for Set. Remember, it's not a single target anymore. It's like a line nuke thing that does damage down a line until it's done all the damage that it can do. Right, there we see the Blood Imps. No real Blood Imp punishment though. One punch blast in there. This Stun Lance is being really annoying. And Set's kind of struggling here. He's going to have to hypnotize on his face. Okay. Still ahead on XP. Taking a lot of face damage there. That was a scary looking push from Dark Crow. Looks like Dark Crow's coming back. Perk 3 Valorian means the healing's stronger. His auto attack is stronger. And his Searing Light is stronger. Look at the XP now. It's almost level. But both players low enough on HP that this could be over with a quick mistake. Set does have a decent amount of face damage options. Beam of Doom, Frost Feather Flyby. Also has the One Punch Blast. Burning Mana here though. Set! He was waiting for the beam. This is still kind of looking scary. Oh, he kind of messed up there. It was difficult to know which way it was going to point. Okay, he's got to spawn something here. Didn't want to get the Blood Imps out. He kind of did, but he also didn't. That's it.
Red is the winner.
You were a worthy adversary, but in the end, the light prevailed.
Right. Dark Crow takes that one, and the semi-final is poised at 1 game all. So both players had the beam, and I feel like Dark Crow said, look, I'm just going to run a beam now. If he plays that Herald business, I'm going to run a beam to deal with it. I tried with the Harmful Souls. Didn't quite work out. Let's just run with a beam. And the beam turned out to be kind of useful for both players at different points. Especially at the end there. Right. It's getting serious. Right, semi-final, best of 5, set 1, Dark Crow also won. We've had some submissions with channel points, and Dark Crow got twice as many as Set. The Dark Crow's won with Valorian, that means he can no longer play Valorian. We saw Set earlier winning with King Puff, I think. So no more King Puff. And if we remind ourselves of the bans... Oh, he can't have won with King Puff. Oh, no, he could have, because he banned King Puff. I know how these work. Right, so Herald. He banned Armoon, Zealots, and Wartrack. Zealots, Wartrack, and Rystar from Dark Crow. Dark Crow made the choice, not ban the Herald, expect the Herald, counter the Herald, but it didn't quite work out for him. Let's see. I feel like he's going to run a beam again, and I feel like Set's going to have to not play the Herald. Definite mind games going on here. And it feels like from some of the things we're seeing with the bridge grabs, or failed bridge grabs, that the players are not fully up to speed yet. They haven't completely relearned the muscle memory about what can and can't take bridges. We see things played on bridges, they run back too quickly, for example. We saw Deadshot earlier with his Setsu that kind of landed on right on the corner of the bridge, so it pushed it off of the bridge. So no, I don't think anyone's 100% on dealing with those new rules yet. But it takes time when you're used to doing things. You know, it's been... I remember when they changed the bridges last, at least a year. Maybe longer. We're just doing things without really thinking about it. Right, bit of downtime. Other players are choosing what to do. Hopefully Set's electricity stays strong. Right, game 3, 1-1. Semi-final, best of 5, Set versus DC, Dark Crow. I don't think I've ever called him DC before. Maybe he hates it, maybe he doesn't, who knows?
Masters, get ready.
Right, we can see Dark Crow with the contender rank in solos has been laddering a lot. Set with platinum or something clearly hasn't. Right, Set's sticking with Wrecked. Looks like the same deck. Dark Crow's switched to Apep. So Dark Crow having a Blood Imp deck. I don't know why I said Blood Imp. I want to say Red Golem. But he's probably got Blood Imps in there as well.
Blue unlocks their first
There they are, yes. So he won't mind the Blood Imps taking a bit of a pounding to start with. He wants to get that Red Golem activated, really. Needs to drop to 1500 or lower HP. He'll tank this on his face. Blood Imps will split. Flyby comes in, is going to slow the both. Do some damage to him as well.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Blood Imp takes a big bolt hit as well there. Right. But again, a big XP lead for Set to start with. Giant growth on the Golem. That's just a regular blue Golem though. Or as some would say, a green golem. The old model used to be much bluer. This one is barely blue at all.
Blue has obtained perk number 2.
Boom, okay. Taking a lot of damage, and I mean, Set's probably got an idea that this is a red golem deck. He's allowing all this damage. Right, let's see how he deals with it. Got a red golem onto a shroom. Set has a hypnotize. Does have a beam. Beam's not great against the golem though. It's just too tanky. Has Morgrel's Mark.
Red obtained perk number 2.
Okay, it looked like both players mark in there. And Set needs to be careful here because this will do massive damage. Look at this.
Starting to feel it now.
He's gonna need the gong. He needs the gong. Why is he not gonging? And that's Darkrow's plan. Big golem hit hard. Don't think Set has enough to counter this, you know. Oh, those swarmers actually were slaying. Okay. That died a lot quicker than expected. Blood Imp's out to tank. Oh, that's a whiff of a hypno. Nothing for it to attack. But both doing a great job against it. I felt like the red golem was going to be more impactful, but only the first one has so far. But he only needs to get it to face and just needs to get one hit on face and it's over. Blood Imps, he can't use those. He's way too low HP. He's beaming it. I would have beamed behind it to get anything that was coming. He does have the Hypno here. He needs to do something. Swarmers can tank. Okay, he kills it. Does a good job. But he's having to invest a lot to kill it. And ignore the bridges somewhat. I feel like he wasted his Zeppelin there, because one of the nice things with Marked and Zeppelin you can do is you mark the target, it gets taunt, Zeppelin will just stay on top of it. Oh, Lady and Frey from perk 3 with the piercing shot. Darkrow. It was that one golem that got to face that did so much face damage. Okay. Lady and Frey was not aggroed on face, but that piercing shot will go the whole way across the arena. Didn't need to go that far that time. Okay, Darkrow 2-1 up. That's what you do with that kind of deck. You just get that red golem out, a Tangy, and then you just throw it in. And most of the red golems were dealt nicely by Set. The first one wasn't. Don't know if he was not expecting it. It felt like there was a lot of other stuff with it. We didn't see the Zeppelin marked combo at all, which Set will probably be frustrated about. Maybe he couldn't get them together in his deck for easy access. Yeah, that's it. Big Golem go smash. And we saw at the end, just before the win, the second red golem was out at the same time. I think it could have been a blue golem, I guess, but I think it was a red golem. Who knows? They both look green, because the green from the Giant Grove is obnoxious. Okay, so Apep has come and gone for Darkrow. He can't play Apep again in this match because he has won with it, and the rules prevent that at this stage of the event. Oh, still got some cold coffee. Let's go. Oh, a real mod is here. Bet Tangy knows how to do predictions. Service. Okay, the players deciding which and what to play. Remind ourselves of the bans. Very similar bans. As we've seen, the theme has been a little bit of Dark Crow not banning Herald Our Moon and just saying to Set, do your worst. Especially in the first game, with the Harmful Soul's just not powerful enough to kill it with enough of the with the rest of the little stuff around it to tank a lot of the hits. If you just joined us, this is the semi-final between Set and Dark Crow. We have a second semi-final, which is Ficus against DSOO. And of course, the winner of each of those matches will go together into the grand final, where there can only be one winner. Right, here we go, leading to game 4. Dark Crow could close this match out, take a 3-1 win, get into the grand final. Or Set can bring it back 2-2. And force us a final game at 5, a decider. That's why it's called best of 5. Right, what have we got? Diona against Rect. Rystar is being played by Dark Crow. And again, Set is going with the Herald business. But let's see how Dark Crow decides to handle the Herald. Flyby to deal with the annoying Snake Druid is going to be good. Dark Crow has a Blade Star in there. We don't see Blade Star in solos quite so much, but it can, in the hands of a good player, get massive value. Right, there we see the Herald.
Red has obtained their first perk.
I don't know. I feel like that Herald is going to be a real pain. Doesn't look like Dark Crow has a great way to deal with it. Okay, there's the Blade Star, but it doesn't get the value he wants until it comes back and gets extra value. I do feel like the Blade Star duration is a little bit too long, but it's going to take him a while to kill this. He's going to take HP damage the whole time. Chain Lightning comes in. The Herald is still alive. He's going to be very low HP after that. And we can see the Herald is still being a pain. He doesn't have a direct counter to it here. And that's going to be very, very risky. So Set's done massive face damage. Ahead on HP. Let's see if he can get back. That Snake Druid, though, whew, being really annoying. Here comes the Herald. It's going to be uncontested for a while. Flyby is going to come in. Oh, I'm not sure what the chain. What's the chain worth it? Oh, he's really going for it, but oh, he got the Blade Star. Was that a skill shot or a lucky bounce? But it worked out. But I feel like using the Blade Star as his counter for the Herald Our Moon is really just pushing his luck a bit. Right, nice trap. Going to keep this push going at the bottom. No heal from the Ruffles. But it's Dark Crow that's very low HP and is going to be getting even lower. Remember, Chain Lightning for Set. I remember when these guys played earlier, Dark Crow won with 2 HP left. Right, Ardent Aegis gets the heal, but the AoE poison is going to be painful here. Nice jump from the wreck, though, keeping the pressure on. This is going to get Darkrai back into the match for a little bit, I think. He's going to do some face damage here. Bridge is going to be red for a while. Flyby coming in on the Herald. Ruffles picks up the XP. Don't mind if I do. I think he might have died, actually. I'm not sure. Okay. Takes his chance with the Blade Star. Shuts down that Herald. Ruffles going for a heal again. He's going to get it this time for set. Oh, that Snake Druid's going to be annoying. Oh, that's spinning that round. Grabs the bridge. Okay, that worked out okay. But this poison AoE is going to be kind of disgusting. He's going to gong in a minute. Okay, looked like he gonged a little bit too early. Remember, gong just applies all poison immediately. So instead of waiting for it to tick, it's immediate. Okay, this is closer than I expected after the first minute. Darkrai took an absolute battering to start with. He's getting back into this. And he needs to be super careful with his HP. The One Punch Blast, though, can be massive here. But that Herald still lives. The Snake Druid's going to be annoying. Nice Blade Star. Blade Star bouncing around, getting extra value. Even more value. It just lasts for so long. Even after you've killed what you want to kill, it keeps going. XP still level. Set's been healing a little bit for a while. Gives himself a little bit extra health, so he doesn't have to worry too much about that. That bridge is mainly red at the top, but again, that Akinlap poison being a real pain. Trap to take out the back line. Shield guard's going to go down as well with the trap. Only 20 XP left, though, so it looks like Darkrai's going to be leading the XP race. One Punch Blast doesn't hit the Akinlap, but he's got... Sorry, it does hit the Akinlap. It doesn't hit the Armoon, but he does have enough else to deal with it, and maybe the Blade Star is enough here. But we saw early that it wasn't for a long time. Right. Heal for set. Snake Druid's not quite on the bridge at the top. Oh, it is now. It kind of turned onto the bridge. Maybe its hitbox isn't symmetrical. Right, Darkrai's going to win this if he gets to Mana Frenzy. He's very close to it. Those bridges have been red for a while. Right, Darkrai's Mana Frenzy on the red team. Just needs to solidify these bridges and it's going to be over. Wrecked is great at that situation. Okay. Darkrai took huge damage at the start, but it looks like that's going to be fairly irrelevant. Set's having to defend deep here with this big push, and of course, this whole time, the red Mana Frenzy bridges are giving Darkrai so much XP and therefore mana. Got that right. Okay, this is over. This is going to be Darkrai in the grand final. Set had a massive start here, but it's not enough. It's too little, too late. Darkrai's taken the semi-final by 3-1. And he's into the grand final. Very well played, both players. And if you're new to this game, you haven't played before, check out Minion Masters on Steam, Xbox, and Android, free to play, and super free to play friendly. And if you're wondering why Mana Frenzy is such a big thing, when you get to Mana Frenzy, which is effectively perk 4, all of your XP is then turned, all of your generated XP from that point on is turned into mana. So you get XP from holding bridges, and then in Mana Frenzy, that XP becomes mana. So effectively in Mana Frenzy, when you're holding bridges, you're getting more mana than your opponent. And of course, that puts you in a very strong position. Okay, so that's the first semi-final. Darkrai is going to go into the grand final, and then we have to get ready for our next match. Semi-final number 2, which is Darkrai against Ficus. See who will face Darkrow in the final. Right, so we've got here Ficus as player 1. And DSOO as player 2. Wait, hold on. Darkrow says he made a mistake. You. Not sure what Darkrow is referring to about the mistake. Okay. I don't think there were any banned cards played or anything, so I don't think it was that kind of mistake. Okay, Ficus against DSOO, semi-final 2. Right, so Ficus DSOO, let's get back on this. This is going to be a new round of bans. Imagine if there was no Mana Frenzy. Yeah. Games. Mana Frenzy's there to reward controlling the bridges and to give a mechanic for ending the game. Right, okay. Where are the bans? Okay. So, switch to our bans page. Right, so Ficus has banned King Puff. It's also banned Jezra. That's an interesting one. Jezra the Void Mother did get a buff in the last patch. Her health went down a little bit, but her mana cost also went down. ATG Drone, which feels like a targeted ban against DSOO, and Red Golem, which I think also targeted because DSOO's been playing that a lot, but there is no ban of the Wartrack Dreadnought from Ficus. But would DSOO play it? Who knows? Okay, hold on. Let's choose the outcome of this. Darkrow won this. Fiction. Okay. Just gonna start the new one. It's easier for me to do it since I've got this open. Ficus or DSOO. Right. 5 minutes, go. Right, sorry, we got distracted halfway through that, but I think it's important to do. Right, DSOO is banned APEP. DSOO has banned... Right. Just get these in the right order. Bounce Reflingers. Zealots to the Burning Fist. I'm just going to put War Track as the last one as well. It just feels like it should be there. Right, so DSOO has banned War Track, which means Vickers can't play it. But DSOO could play it, but I feel like he wouldn't. But, you know, when it comes to tournaments, money's on the line. You know, players will play stuff that they might not necessarily play on the ladder. Right, DSOO, Vickers, right. Okay, we're ready. I think Mana Frenzy's okay. It might be a little... You could argue, I think, that maybe it could be toned down a little bit. Or the amount of mana you get for XP could kind of ramp up rather than just going from 0 to 100. Rather, so it's not such a hard sort of win condition. There's been other things as well that have been discussed. Right. Right, game 1, semi-final, number 2, DSOO against Vickers.
It's on.
Or Vickers against DSOO, if you're on this side of things. Right, Vickers playing Rekt. DSOO playing APEP. Demon Warrior from DSOO. It got buffed in the last patch in the form of a bug fix, so it does the correct amount of damage when it's activated. 200 instead of 175. So question, how was the Snake Druid able to hit the War Dancer there for one hit, but not the second? There's the Impetus Blast from Vickers. No, sorry, from DSOO. And DSOO is playing the War Track!
Red has obtained the first perk.
It's happened. Right, let's see how it works out for him.
Blue obtained the first
I
perk.
wonder if Vickers thought, I'm not going to ban it because DSOO probably won't play it anyway. But he's decided to. Remember, the War Track gets stronger with each perk. The basic one, and then perk 2. You get the perk 2 version, and perk 3, the perk 3 version. That's a massive Bevalanche there from Vickers. Right, so War Track's going to be strong at the late game. Demon Warrior is going to be strong now. And even stronger on the 4th play when it gets double trouble. DSOO's probably waiting for the perk 2 version of the War Track. It's a lot better than the perk 1 version. He might even hold it for the perk 3 for the surprise element. We'll see how it goes. Again, the impetus to keep the bridge. That's one of Deadshot's favourite plays at the moment. Unit takes 1.5 seconds. If you can remove them from the bridge during that, no bridge for
Blue
you.
has obtained perk number 2.
Mana Surge is powerful. Okay, so Deathshot's going to be aware there is a Bevalanche. He doesn't want to clump too much together because it will get punished. Right, perk 2 is about to come for DSOO. Gets his shield. More importantly, he gets the bigger War Track Dreadnought. Oh, and the Snake Druid just committed at the bottom as well. That could be painful. Right, let's see how this is dealt with. Because one of the things with the Dreadnought is it's powerful, but it's also got a lot of HP. It takes time to remove it, and then it gets value in the form of XP. And of course at perk 3 it gets even stronger when it gets that extra missile scrat. Jezra ban is an interesting one. I haven't really seen anyone playing Jezra. I don't know if Nicola's been playing it. I know he played it last season. He was excited about it getting a ban. DSOO's pretty low on HP though. Needs to be careful here. He does have the big Demon Warrior available, so this is a power spike for him. Oh, he goes for a big push here. Can it be punished? Is there a big removal spell? I don't think so. Is there a hypnotize? No. Oh, it's pushing the... Was it pushing the Demon Warrior, or are they just the same speed? Unsure. This is going to be a lot of face damage, though. Right. That was difficult, but here comes the next push. Deadshot's deck is pretty cheap, though. These very low HP. Big Demon Warrior can come out and help here. There's a lot of things that it's not going to be very good at. Oh, I'm not sure about that arcane ring. Okay, Ficus does have a decent HP lead, but it feels like Deadshot desperately wants his perk 3 to get that big Dreadnought out. Massive one-punch blast shuts down the Demon Warrior there. Right, Deadshot's played his... He's been forced to play that Dreadnought just before perk 3, which is frustrating. Only costs him 7 mana, but he only gets the 7 mana version. But we saw the last push with it was kind of scary. It might get a Spirit as well. If he can survive this. He's going to get a Spirit on it as well. Demon Warrior comes out. That Spirited War Track is going to probably kill Ficus. Demon Warrior's just staying alive. Does Ficus kill this in time? It's going to be so close. Oof. Oof. Okay, XP is really in Ficus's favour. But remember, the next War Track is going to be the big one. DSOO has to play into it to tank with it. And that War Track is dying real fast. Not dead, but it died fast. Only needs to do a couple of hits to face. Let's see. DSOO's got perk 3 as well, so he has that extra free card. This is a match. Rekt is not at home. He will be now. Demon Warrior will be slow. Demon Warrior hasn't really been able to do too much. Lots of little things for it to wail away on. No direct face damage from Deadshot. That's kind of frustrating for him. Bit of extra value coming out there from the building. Okay, he really needs to get a push going with this War Track that doesn't involve it being mostly dead. Oh, double one-punch blast. That's huge. Arcane on face. 90 HP. I don't know, has he even used that before? Ooh, Spirit Mancer though. Mana Frenzy for Ficus. This is going to be a close one. How does Deadshot hold on against this? Killing him with the missiles is going to take a while. He's going to need to get through his deck one more time, and he's not going to do it. Ficus takes the first one. He's got 10 HP left. What's there another shot coming to kill him? Ficus does a great job dealing with the Dreadnought. One Dreadnought push did a lot of value. Got a lot of value. But the rest of them didn't. And the one-punch blast was able to really nuke it down. The double jump... The one-punch blast jump, one-punch blast combo did a lot of damage to it. It was very close at the end there. I'm not sure if there was another arcane shot that was going to kill him or not. It was so close. Okay, so just confirmed it with Deadshot. That Arcane Barrage was going to kill Ficus, but he killed Deadshot before it could do its full damage. Ficus ending on 10 HP. Super, super close. That's the second insanely close one. so close. Hey, interesting to see DSOO switch to the war track and then ultimately not win with it. Maybe he's not used to playing it. I mean, it doesn't really require that much skill, right? There was a one where he was forced to play it just before perk 3, which was probably pretty painful for him. I don't know if you played the Arcane Bolt, the Arcane Barrage even earlier in the game or not. I was kind of surprised to see that when that came out. Right. Vickers takes the first game in this best of 5. Leads DSOO. We're waiting for them to go into game 2. It's a coffee. Anyone for coffee? Pardon? Coffee and biscuits? Yeah, if he'd impetused face as well, that could have done enough damage. How much damage does impetus do to face? Anyone know? Unsure. Okay, game 2. Let's see what happens. Vickers forced to change master. Diona. Slither. Looks like the same deck. You wonder why the players wait until 10 mana. You normally don't want to commit because you don't want to play first. You want to force your opponent to play first if possible. Right, looks like DSOO's playing the same deck again. Demon Warrior. Nice bridge grab from the Musketeer at the bottom there. It's going to kill as well. Boom. Dreadnought again.
Red has obtained the first perk. Blue has obtained their first perk.
Vickers probably knows it's the same deck. Although it's unusual, I guess it's quite unusual for DSOO to do that. Cleaver into the Demon Warrior. No thank you. No great way for DSOO to tank this either apart from on face. Like, sometimes you just have to do that. It's a fake cleaver. You can tell because it is. I mean, you can tell because of the damage it did. Until it does any damage, you can't tell. But it's against APEP, right? And you're unlikely to run Cleaver and Demon Warrior. See the Impetus Blast. Activated Raging Ravenous Swarmers. Coffee as a fish. Right, nice missiles. Ring. Arcane Ring. You rang? You arcane rang? Thanks, money. Maybe we'll look at that if we get some downtime. Okay, Musketeer putting a herding on face. Deadshot doesn't want to drop too low. The trap's really helping Ficus keep the bridges.
Red got the second perk.
Emphasis to... I mean, it killed the stuff quicker. It stopped Ruffles picking up the XP. I don't hate it. He's behind anyway. Ruffles out again. Ruffles has been a busy boy. Chocolate biscuit, yeah. Bourbons. Okay, we're going to see the Dreadnought here. No. No one-punch blast to shred the Dreadnought, but traps to maybe play havoc with it. Remember, the Dreadnought does do an AoE attack. You saw it kill all of the spear throwers there. Okay.
Blue has earned perk number 3.
I think he wanted to get the Demon Warrior ahead of it. Wasn't quite able to. It's a fearsome combination. You've got to wait for that War Track really to aggro on face before you try and deal with it. That scrap that comes out, oh, it would have been nice to tank. Didn't quite work out. I mean, that Impetus Blast... I think the Impetus Blast saved the Demon Warrior. He's taking a lot of damage there. But it would have died for the extra time that it took for it to run to it. I think that was intended. But again, Deadshot's super low HP. And this time, Ficus has the traps to put pressure on face. Deciding not to do so. That trap's way too far away. Snake Druid being a real thorn. Okay. Mickey, you stop. Don't, but stop. What, does that Demon Warrior just win this? Yes, it does! Gonna get stuck there. But Deadshot's deck's starting to get that cycle up. Remember, his cycle gets more expensive each time, though, with it. Each perk with that War Track. But he needs to be so careful. He's taking face damage. He's scared of the face damage from the Snake Druid. Does have perk 3 now, but he's so far behind on XP. He needs to basically kill him very soon. Okay. Well, that's a nice Impetus Blast. Maybe got a little bit of extra damage out. Not sure. Needs to handle this. Does have the Swarmers ready. Grabs the bridge with them. Shreds. Okay. Nice. Torn Trap at the top. Nearly Mana Frenzy for Ficus. Deadshot's running out of options here. He's got the perk 3 Dreadnought. But is that going to be enough? Mana Frenzy's ticking over just now for Ficus.
You smell a blues cooking? That's right.
Surely Deadshot can't hold on to this. He's got no HP to play with. Struggling to get on the bridges because of the traps. Cleaver's going to start working through the War Track. It's very surprising to see Deadshot playing the War Track and struggling with it. Interesting to hear his thoughts. Maybe he's just come up against counter decks. And this is going to be over now. Ficus is going to be 2-0 up, and DSOO needs to abandon
No one will stand in my
the War
way.
Track, I think, going forward. It's not working. Against the Slither, there's just too many things that are very painful for it. Right, Ficus 2, DSOO 0. Are we going to see a reverse sweep from the mighty DSOO? Or is Ficus going to join Darkrow in the grand final? We'll find out together. The only time we've seen Wartrack play today, it's been beaten. It's definitely not as impactful as it had been before. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Deadshot coming back, but I would be very surprised if he keeps playing the Wartrack. The ASMR time. Can't tell if that's being picked up or not. I can't hear that, I don't think. I have to chomp really loud for it to break the noise gate, I think. I'll try. I think we've got some good crunching in there. Sorry if you hated that. Right, here we go. Is Ficus going to complete a 3-0? Is DSOO going to start the fight back? If he's going to, it has to be right
Throw down those cards.
now. Right, Ficus Tronvir. Tronvir wasn't bad, was it? Nope. DSOO Milloween. So Ficus doing what Ficus does, playing the same deck just with a different master. Ooh, he kind of baits in that cleaver. Surprised we didn't see the Shock Rock Ravenous Swarmers there. Just grabbing that bottom bridge at the bottom.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Where you normally find the bottom bridge. Okay, I was wondering if it was going to be a Dragon's Nest or something like that, but it just looks like a normal Milloween deck. Unfortunately, Ficus has a Musketeer. And unfortunately, DSOO used both his spells on something that wasn't the Musketeer. Ficus has been holding on to that perk 1 rune for a long time. Kind of want to use it. Like, he could have stopped that top bridge cap with it.
Blue has obtained perk number 2.
Right. XP's looking good for Ficus. Nice pincer. Forces out some extra mana. Doesn't take the bridge. But it will require something else to do so. One bridge all. Ficus happy just to allow the status quo to exist. He is ahead on XP, so this is not affecting him negatively in any way. Okay, Deadshot was just ready for that, but then Ficus was ready for that. And now this is ready for this, and that taunt on the Musketeer is going to be kind of annoying. Doesn't quite kill it because of the frost. Chain comes in. Right. Okay. Deadshot's done a good job there, keeping his cleaver alive. Managed to get through that musketeer. But at what cost? Bit of a misplay at the bottom there. I don't think Deadshot expected the stint to re-aggro quite so quickly.
Blue gained the third perk.
Okay, this is going to be a power spike for Fickers when he gets that Frost Rune. Sorry, the Word Stone, which is coming up next. That's the one with all 3 of the runic whatever's on it. Okay, here we go. Bam! Kills everything. And then kills everything. Then this is the perk 2 empowered with perk 3. Only a one-time only perk sort of power thing. But this cleaver... Oh, okay. Deadshot did not want to take that cleaver on face. Hey, Bovine, how you doing? He's into the freeze. Everything's frozen. Again, this musketeer, he's going to have to... Oh, the shock rock, but it was countered there. Or was that too early? Nope. Okay. I mean, it's fine. It puts it on cooldown anyway, but the timing was great. I don't know what... I don't know what Deadshot does here. So far behind on XP. Hey, does he survive? Does his monkey survive? I don't think it will. Oh, the cleaver was a little bit too late. I mean, he probably spawned it as soon as he can, but... Or as soon as he could, but it was too late. Mana Frenzy coming for Vickers. He looks in control of this game and this set. Okay. Deadshot does a good job, but he's 50 XP behind. We've seen some insane mana... Sorry, some insane XP differences in some of the matches today. Well, that cleaver gets a dying blow off. That's Mana Frenzy. That's 28 HP. That's Deadshot. Dead. Done. Dead. Dusted. Vickers is in the grand final, guys. Great best of 5 for him. You mean unique cards from deck to deck? Suit you. Don't want to waste that bit of chocolate. Right. Next up, it's grand final. Vickers against Dark Crow. Don't know why I said it like that. Right, so let's start getting set up here, and then we're just waiting for the players to give us their bans. Right, 0-0 grand final. Do you think the grand final should be a best of 7? Is that just too much? Right, BRB. Don't go anywhere. Right, BRB. Okay, so we're just waiting on the bans for the grand final. Let's choose the outcome of this. Okay, we need to get some hype going for the final. I'm going to need you all to do something for me. Every single person needs to go and get one friend. If you haven't got any friends, enemies, family members, whatever, send them the link to the stream. Tell them to come and join us for the grand final. Let's get some hype going. Let's get some more people in there. It doesn't matter if they know Minions or not. Maybe they'll love it. Okay, so who will be the champion now? Vicus against Dark Crow. Okay, start prediction. Got it. Okay. Let's get some hype in here! Okay, Deadshot's moaning at me. Friends. Acquaintances. Probably spelt right. Family. Anyone. Right, let's do a Discord announcement. Let people know that it's grand final time. Boom. Get pinged. Ping. Ping. Right. Because against Darkrow will be playing against each other in the grand final, and we have the bans. Let's have a look at them. Right, we're going to go through the bans. Ficus first. Ficus has banned R3KT, Morgrel's Mark, Zealots of the Burning Fist, and Red Golem. No War Track. He didn't ban it against DSOO and it worked out for him. But let's see if it's the same against Darkrow. Darkrow has banned Tronvir, Zealots of the Burning Fist, War Track. I don't know why. Listen, let's just change this. War Track, it's a 5 mana card. Let's put it first. Zealots and Rystar. High Marshal Rystar. Okay. Right. Right, good luck everybody. You don't want to be that cruel to your friend Mickey. I hate you. God damn it. Right. Ficus against Darkrow. Am I ready? No. Someone's restarted their game. Darkrow. User is offline. Reminder, if you missed any of the action or you want to revisit it, you can check out the VOD. It's going to be on Twitch straight away. And it'll be on YouTube tomorrow, of course, with the timestamps so you can easily do your business. Did I say I'm ready? Oh yeah, we're waiting for Darkrow to come online, aren't we? Didn't need to do that. Okay. We're ready here. Darkrow against Ficus. It's annoying that you can't type in the chat whilst you have a spectate set up. Yeah, very low betting for some reason. If you have your game open, type a message in the chat telling people that there's a tournament final going on my stream. Let's get some more people in here. Yeah, not many people have been doing the betting, the predictions. It's fine. You do what you want. I'm not the boss of you. Unless you have a Twitch Prime. If you join the stream and you want to support it for free and you've got Twitch Prime and your Prime subs available, have a free dab, hit that subscribe button. If you don't have Prime and you want to actually spend cold hard cash like Mickey does, just hit the subscribe button. Put in your payment details. Help your favourite fish. Right, sorry for the delay. We're just waiting for the players to be ready. We have the bands. I'm ready. I've said I'm ready. Sinobie's ready. The players are ready! Right, here we go. Grand final. Bickus. DSOO is not in this one. Dark Crow is. Didn't mess it up.
Masters.
Styled it out. Right, here we go.
Showtime.
Vicus, Wrecked, Dark Crow, Valorian, and Dark Crow is playing the War Track. We saw how shredded the War Track got when DSOO played it. Let's see how Dark Crow does. I feel like in a lot of the matches we've seen, Vicus has just been dominant on XP.
Blue obtained the first perk.
Test yourself against this.
Right, here we go. War Track, a Kinlap behind it. We're going to aggro it on face, which means it's going to take a while
Red has
and
obtained
take some
the first
HP. Not massively sure about that Hypno. Big counter push though. Cleaver's almost dead, but an almost dead Cleaver hits just as hard as a full HP Cleaver. And it's looking like it might be about to get a slap off, and it's still alive.
Blues obtained perk number 2.
Okay, Dark Crow very low HP, still taking more damage. The Bevalanche clears everything. He's low HP. There's nothing to trigger like a red Golem, and Vicus is just ahead. And we're gonna see Vicus just play this deck to death. I think. Can anyone counter it? Again, the War Track kind of forced before you want to use it. It's only 5 mana at this point, but it's only the very good version. You don't get the upgraded one until the next perk. It's going to die pretty quickly. That Hypnotize is going to be kind of weird. It's going to kill the Cleaver, I think, if the Musketeer comes back. Oh, it does! How does it not finish the riposte? It like comes out of a daze and... Whoa, sorry! Uh-oh. I think Dark Crow someone just left the game. Okay. That might be... I know Dark Crow does seem to have a lot of connection issues. Not sure what it's down to. I know the devs are keen to start looking at fixing stuff like that. The problem is, like, some people really have problems with connections to the game, and other people have none. So I don't know where that issue lies. Right. That's going to be the first match for Vicus. Fix that. Okay, bit of a... I mean, DSOO was... Dark Crow was in trouble anyway. The Cleaver's such a good answer to the Dreadnought. You might see people playing, instead of the Cleaver, the Zealots on ladder, but of course we've seen the Zealots banned a lot for the event by the players. So that tends to mean that we're seeing more of the Cleaver. Yes, Mickey, that's a good point. The tantrum throws, the spear throws, even if they're going to walk backwards, the fact they take a while to throw their business gives you that time. Take the bridge. One of the winners. Right, okay. Everyone's offline. What's going on? Okay, Darkrow's here. Where's Ficus? Ficus is gone. Ficus is back. Okay. Right. I know Darkrow has had some issues earlier in the event with his connection, wherever that lies. Somewhere between him and the server inclusive is an issue. Currently unknown. That musketeer, that was interesting, right? How does it stop its riposte? I'm interested now as to what other attacks that might be interruptible with the end of a hypnotize. Okay, so the winner goes to Ficus. The match was... the way that disconnects work is you basically... if you disconnect, then you've got to just come back. Unless it's like right at the start of the game, I don't think it matters then. Basically, the person that disconnects... You don't automatically lose if you disconnect, but of course the time that it takes you to get back, you've probably lost anyway. And there is no remake of the game unless both players decide to do so. Which, generally in a tournament, especially in a grand final, it's unlikely. When there's a lot of money on the line. Right, okay. Fingers crossed. No more technical situations. Ficus 1, Darkrai 0. Best of 5. Looks like Ficus was going to win that game anyway, to be honest. But it probably didn't change too much. Still a little triggering.
Let's go!
Let's go! Where are we going? Don't know. But we're going to go Ficus, Diona. Darkrai, King Puff. Nice. Spit action there. Hook-tuh! Spit on that thing, you get me? Right, Shen shutting that cleaver down. Nice. Darkrai gets an XP lead. We haven't seen Ficus behind on XP in any of these matches for a while, I don't think. Going to lose more of it. Okay, one of those guys got the memo to go take the bridge.
Blue has unlocked their first perk.
Right. Nice Taunt Trap. Again, we see the Hypnotize. I don't know what happened there. The Musketeer was like riposting, but in slow motion. He's like, here I come! It's a nice bridge switch. Does force out some extra mana to take that. Right, Shen comes with the AoE stun that he spawns with if you've got Zenshi Flow, and you get that by using a Zenshi card before him. Immediately before him. In this case, it was a Bounce Free Flinger. Musketeer getting some good value there. Okay, he plays into it because he wants to shut down this Diona Ruffles as well. Does he get Ruffles? He doesn't! Ruffles gets the mana. 2 mana from that. He could switch this away, decides not to. And now Ficus has a little XP lead. He's going to tank this on face from the looks of it. Okay, Shen murks it. Right, sit up straight, posture. This is serious stuff. Right, bridge switch. Shen in King Puff's kind of nice because of the stun from the bridge switch. Damn, that was a long range Musketeer riposte. Okay, nice. Right, here we go. Shen. Going to be slowed though, and the slowed Shen is really sad because it never gets an attack off. It will stun, but it will only stun. It killed that because of the stun that came in the form of a third party, which was the Trick Swab. We know King Puff perk 3 is going to be very strong. Is it going to be strong enough to get Darkrai back into this? Because he did get off to a good start. It was ahead on XP. But since that's... we've just seen a lot of blue bridges. Because already has his perk 3. There's a big beam. Kills the cleaver. Okay, that's a lot of mana to kill a cleaver. But it held that bridge for a while. And he doesn't have to then deal with that cleaver. But Darkrai really wants that perk 3. Doesn't want to waste his bridge switch until we get there. He's going to have the night puffs generated from the Blood Imps, I think. Right, here we go. The Grenadier is going to be painful to go into, though. Yeah, see, there we see that the switch. Shen getting locked down by that taunt trap. That's kind of annoying. Shen not slowed this time. Bevalanche was at the bottom. It's a good clear of the bridge, but that Shen that's not slowed could be problematic. Oh, I feel like that was a misplay there from Darkrai. Didn't get the spit where he wanted it. Okay. Is he going to wait for the cleaver here? Okay. Why was that? Why did that Musketeer riposte when it spawned like that? Did something hit it? Right, here we go. This is where the perk 3 is going to really start to help Darkrai. And Ficus might be Bevalanche in one of these lanes, but he wasn't having to do that earlier in the match. So that perk 3 is really giving Ficus something else to answer. The Hypnotize is going to be kind of annoying here. More face damage. It's getting pretty low HP, 500 health. XP still in Ficus's favour, but only just can't afford to take too much more damage. Bridge switch there. Do we like it? I'm not sure. No Night Puffs. Which means that Shen's going to get slowed at the bottom from the Bevalanche, I bet. No, Bevalanche is at the top. Okay, I feel like that might be a mistake. He probably thinks he can take that bridge more easily. XP is so close. We've had some super close matches today. Right. I'm surprised that Darkrai spawned that so deep. You've got to just... At this point, you've got to get the bridges, right? Get on the bridge. Like, he could have spawned that earlier, got the spirit, got on the bridge, and held that bridge. At least neutralized it the whole time. Again, he switched with no Night Puff generation. I feel like that's a mistake. Okay, good beam at the top. That bridge at the top is going to be locked down for a while. Okay, Mana Frenzy for both teams, both players, both sides, both colours. But the Bevalanche is going to start getting even more value, but maybe so with the Hypnotize. Not with the Hypnotize like that. That's a misplayed Hypnotize. Right. This is still close. Both players very low HP. We have some traps from Ficus that can do face damage. We have a Beam of Doom from Dark Crow. Only does 150 face damage though. So he's a couple of beams away from that. Three beams. If we count like numbers correctly. That Hypnotize might be too slow. Okay, didn't really do too much. Shen goes down. There's a decent sized push at the top there. I feel like he could have taken the bridges with those spear throwers. Now we get some decent Night Path generation. Blood Imps are out, but there's no real way to punish them. Where's the Cleaver? Okay, looks like Dark Crow's weathered the storm here. He's just waiting to beam a bunch of stuff and face. Okay, 1-1. There's the beam. Super close game. Dark Crow doing a great job coming back, but Ficus pushing in the whole way. And I think, again, it's just that power of that perk 3 from King Puff. Really just gives too much value. And even when those Night Puffs weren't doing too much, they were requiring mana to handle them. Oof. GG. Right, 1-1. Dark Crow getting that disconnect in the first game, which looked like he was probably going to lose anyway. But coming back. What are we going to see in the next one? As always, King Puff, since Dark Crow won with it, will no longer be playable by him. So he'll have to rely on a different master. Not necessarily a different deck, but definitely a different master. Okay, so let's see. Let's see if Ficus deviates from his currently well-trodden path. Welcome, Otsukai. Good to have you here. Okay, it's grand final time. 1 game all, best of 5, first of 3, Vickers against Dark Crow. Right, a little bit of a delay, not sure why. Okay, remind ourselves of the bans. So we saw Dark Crow play the war track that wasn't banned by Vickers in the first game, but he had no value with it up until that point. Then he had the disconnects, but it looked like he'd already lost that game anyway. He was too far behind, I think, taking a lot of damage. Looked like he abandoned that. So interesting to see the war track hasn't won a single game today that we've seen when it was played, even though it's being played by some of the top players. Right, here we go. Game 3. 1-1, so it's basically a best of 3 from this point onwards. The first 2 games were just a warm-up. Diona from Ficus playing the same deck. I like to think that Ficus sits there for 10 minutes thinking about it and then just plays the same deck. Right, Dark Crow, Rystar. We've seen Rystar again earlier in the day, didn't get too much value. Bay Avalanche is going to be pretty painful. Needs to get some value from those 3 Legionnaires, the Centurions. Not too many ranged minions in Ficus's deck, so the Centurions are just going to be basically Legionnaires. Fancy Legionnaires. His deck seems pretty cheap cycle. Just wants to keep cycling Rystar. Hopefully get some Rystar value. And then, of course, get those 3 Legionnaires, upgraded Legionnaires. And the Squire Puff can be insane. You do need to shut it down, because the shields, once they start popping, sometimes you just can't stop him. Felt like a Pringles commercial. Did Rystar just hit all of those with his AoE? They looked super far apart. Oh! There's a mistake there from Dark Crow. I don't know if he meant the Ardent Aegis to go on there. It was the one that was damaged, but very risky to do so. That's a mistake. Right, Shield Guard comes out. It's going to immediately get slapped by this Cleaver. Cleaver's basically killed it. Their Shield Guard's done almost nothing. This is not looking good for Dark Crow at the moment. Nothing to tank this apart from the Squire Puff. Decides to tank it on face. Kinda had to, really. But that Cleaver's just getting so much value. Nicholas said if England win the Euros tomorrow, he's not going to use Discord for 4 years. It's going to be beautiful. Okay, Rystar pushing at the bottom. Unanswered at the moment. Vickers looks like he's burning some mana. He's going to tank this on face. And the Cleaver will answer that pretty well. Rystar hits real hard though. Okay, health is a resource though. But he doesn't want to take that too... Oh, okay, the Ardent Archers just gets off. But really, there's not too much value from it anyway, because it just... everything just gets murdered. Again, Bevalanche just showing why it's one of the strongest spells in the game. Right, Cleaver goes down. Bridge has been red for a little bit at the bottom there. Ruffles going for the top. Free bridge grab. Not necessary though, but sometimes you get that Ruffles bridge grab that's real nice. Save you 1 or 2 mana. You still join? Nerzel? No. Sorry. We would have liked to have you in the event, but unfortunately you can't turn up like 4 hours late during the grand final and ask to join. Honestly. Okay, Shield Guard's going to get past the Bear Trap, but it's not going to get past the Snake Druid.
Red gains the 3rd bird.
We killed Ruffles, but kind of irrelevant. We've seen Rystar struggle today. We've seen the War Track struggle. Slithers really just seem to be the deck of choice. Cleaver getting huge value there. Blaze getting decent value. Kind of hit everything. But the XP lead's so bad for Dark Crow is that he can probably... Vickers can probably just have 1 bridge and still get to Mana Frenzy well ahead. He's going to get some XP there from Ruffles. Kind of adding insult to injury. He's just a few ticks of XP away from his Mana Frenzy, which will definitely close this match out. Looks like Vickers is going to be 2-1 up in this grand final. Again, Bevalanche. And where I was going with that. Okay. Bladestar managing to miss almost everything. A Cleaver against the Rystar has just been savage. Okay, Vickers is going to go 2-1 up. Cleaver's going to hit phase, probably get a couple more hits maybe. At least 1 more. It's going to be the final blow. That's the killing blow. Vickers takes game 3, 2-1 up in this grand final. Hey, he is on the verge. I don't think he's won one of these events before. The GG Tour, the Knights Duel. Muscle memory. Hey, Vickers looking fairly unbeatable today. What was his record earlier? He was unbeaten, right, in the Swiss part of the event. Beaten everyone. And is still going. That means he would have beaten Dark Crow earlier as well. He beat Dark Crow 2-0. He's 2-1 up against Dark Crow at the moment. Can Dark Crow turn this around? The thing is, Dark Crow kind of knows what Ficus is going to play, right? There's very little chance of him deviating from this, so he's got to find something to counter it. Because he's playing like a beast. Right. A little stretch while we're waiting. Go get yourself a fish t-shirt from somewhere. I don't know. Check my merch store. Oh. Right, what are we waiting for? I don't know. What do we want? Yes. Right, put my feet up. Don't know what we're waiting for, but we might as well be comfortable whilst we are waiting for it. I feel like it's really on Dark Crow now to come up with a counter to this deck. Sinobii's going to give him a little nudge. Don't forget to enter the giveaway. If you make sure you're following the stream, and then type the giveaway command. I'll do these after the stream. Make sure you enter that. And now it's time. Game 4, 2-1. And Ficus close this out. Then Dark Crow fight back. Let's see. Right, King Puff for Ficus. Of course, it's the same deck. Different deck for Dark Crow, though. We've got some Stout Hearts in there. Lots of annoying counters, though, for Ficus. Just gets on the bridge at the top. That could be quite important. Musketeer's going to be annoying. But let's see how he deals with this air. Remember, he's been getting a lot of value out of the Bearvalanche, but what does he do against these Scrats? These Scrats might be genius. Propeller Scrats are so strong, and they can't be easily removed. And that could be Darkrow's way back into this. I think we're going to bridge switch here. Or we try... See, I don't know. I'm not sure. Like, he was never going to get both bridges in that situation. The cleaver's too fast. He should have switched it to start with. Taken the top bridge. Right. Musketeer's going to be annoying. The Swarmers don't quite get past the Grenadiers' attack. Here comes air support. He'll keep them off face, but he's going to take a lot of damage on his units. He wishes he has a Daggerfall instead of a Bearvalanche right now. This feels like Darkrow just looked at that Bearvalanche and thought, well, that's getting so much value. What can I play that's not going to get so much value? Like, allow that to get so much value.
Blue got the second perk.
But we've seen many times how powerful Perk 3 King Puff can be. Oh, this is a super push. That's going to be a fake cleaver, I'm sure. It's APEP, right? Cleaver's going to get to face. It's fake. Oh, he has to waste a rage spell that he got from his perk. 2. But King Puff, of course, attacks very slowly. Hits decently hard, but attacks very slowly. So the swarm on his face is just really, really difficult for him to deal with. Cleaver's going to live, though. The interesting thing there about that Cleaver hit him for 300 damage, but it was all soaked up by the Shield Totem. But the Shield Totem only had like 20 HP or something. Just how it works. Okay, Bearvalanche back at you, bro. That Musketeer came from nowhere to get a massive hit off. But XP is in Darkrow's favour here. Thought of something kind of interesting to say, but it's only going to be relevant if Darkrow wins this. Oh, and, okay, Cleaver comes in. Hypnotize. Switch away from the Hypnotize, but it was too slow. And again, so much value from these prop Scrats. They're either getting to face and doing a lot of damage, or they're just killing everything on the way there. They're going to be on face now. That's not a real whelp, but it's still going to be doing damage. Does explode, takes out the stint. These prop Scrats might be a perfect foil to the Ficus. He does have his perk 3, so there is the potential to get some Night Puff value. And of course the Night Puffs are going to give him extra units that can hit the air. But still they come. Okay, he had to sacrifice the units there at the top. He didn't want the Boomer to get killed by the Night Puff. Right, Darkrow ahead on XP, ahead on HP. Okay. That reboomer, oh sorry, just the regular boomer at the top is going to get a lot of value. And here come the Scrat Horde. Okay, 4 of them will die to the spears. There's 3 left. King Puff will pick them off, but they're going to get some value. Okay, here comes the Hypnotize. Didn't really get as much value as he wanted. Musketeer's going to get real hurt there. Still XP in Darkrow's favour. Very low HP, but no real face damage at all, I don't think, for the Darkrow. Face damage potential. Okay, these Scrats are looking like they're going to get to face. He gets a Shock Rock from his perk, which is really useful, but he doesn't get much value out of it. There's still 4 of the Scrats alive. They're going to be on face. They're going to tickle him to death. Darkrow 2-2. And that was an incredible choice. He looked at the deck. It took him a while, I think, to make the decision, but he looked at it and he thought, you know what? That Bevalanche has been getting so much value. What can I play that will not get countered by it? Prop Scrats. And there was very little else in the deck that handled the Prop Scrats effectively. So they were either just getting a lot of value killing things, or a lot of value doing face damage. So we're 2-2 now, and the thing I was going to say is it's going to be interesting in the next game. Now it's 2-2. Darkrow played the Prop Scrats, which probably helped him get that win in a big way. What does Ficus do to answer that? Is he going to play a Daggerfall instead of a Bevalanche to cope with that? That'll change things a lot, but then does Darkrow just switch up to do something else where the Daggerfall's not going to be quite so good against, whereas the Bevalanche would be better? I don't know. We don't have to make that decision, thankfully, but the guys do. I feel like if Ficus doesn't change... I don't know, actually. I don't know. Is Darkrow going to play the same thing? I don't know. Big decision. Prop Scrat's got a little nerf in the last patch, but they're still very strong. And they're one of those cards, if you don't have a good answer for them, they're just incredible. And especially against a master like Kingpath or Tronvir, Stormbringer, you're going to struggle against those if you don't have spells or minions that can answer them efficiently. And that was the situation he found himself in. We might find that he plays the same deck this time, but he has a master that can deal with them better. Talking about Ficus, of course. Go Crow says, show me the money. Or yells, show me the money. Right, 2-2. Nobody has beaten Ficus yet today. We are going down to the wire. Game 5. Ficus against Darkrow. 2-2. We're now down to a best of 1. Winner takes all. Those prop scrats, so strong. I'm thinking that could be what happens, Mickey. But it's risky because you've got to make decisions based on what you think your opponent's going to do, and if they don't, then big things could change. Because his deck doesn't have the game doesn't have the deck edit option. Maybe it's a bug. And still we wait. We can't see players readying up like we used to, unfortunately. So we don't know who is currently waiting, who's currently ready. But we know that together they are not ready. Their combination is not ready. Right, let's hope we have a good game 5. Let's hope it's not just a big deck win for one of them. Yeah, Volko, yeah. Volko against Propscrats is even worse. Good job, Mickey. Yeah, thanks. I was thinking of the ones that couldn't attack it quickly, not that it couldn't attack at all. What about a alternate perk for Volko that changes his auto attack? Shut up, fish! Okay, sorry. Sorry, FDM, it's just an idea. Put it on the maybe list. Reminder, if you missed any of the action or you want to revisit it, make sure you check out my YouTube tomorrow. It'll be up there with timestamps to jump through to the matches so you miss all this waiting. What do you think? Best of 7 would be fun, right? As long as there's not half an hour of waiting between each bloody match. Do-do-do. 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 It's happening!
Masters, get ready.
Thickus versus Dark Crow. Thickus has achieved the rank of Grandmaster this season in solos. Dark Crow has achieved the rank one better of Contender. But ladder is irrelevant right now. Both of them playing Slither-based decks. We've got Herald Armoon in there. Thickus playing Apep. Dark Crow playing Diona. Hook! Spit on that thing. You get me? Okay, Blood Imps on the field. They could be massively punished here if he decides to do it. There we go. Bam!
Obtained their first perk.
That's a lot of damage. We saw that in an earlier match. We've seen it again here. Needs to be careful.
Blue obtained the first perk.
both players playing a similar deck? So Vickers didn't go for a Daggerfall or something from the looks of it. Still got the Bear Avalanche in there, but he does have things like the Herald, which is going to be good against Prop Scrats if they were played again. A Kinlap as well. Is he playing a Kinlap? Not sure.
Blue got the second perk.
Right, nice use of the totem there. The tank can't poison buildings either.
Red obtained perk number 2.
Go, Ruffles!
Ruffles getting some mana there for Dark Crow. Got to be careful that you're not topped out on mana, or else you're just going to burn it as it picks up. Looks like Vickers is burning mana like it's going out of fashion.
The best.
This could be a lot of face damage here. Trying to Hypno the Herald. Okay. And there is a Daggerfall, but it is from Dark Crow. Okay, Herald on Herald action. No, Musketeer tanks it. The other one is going to... Oh, okay, Apep saves it. Right, XP level. Vickers took a lot of face damage there.
Go, boy!
Okay, Blood Imps are out. No real punishment for them. Are we finished? What the hell's wrong with you?
Go, boy!
Right, little hill there from Ruffles for Dark Crow. More mana being burnt. I feel by Vickers here. He gets a wall. What is this wall? What is he... Okay. I mean, it's not the worst wall. It just seemed kind of random. This is a lot of face damage. Vickers has played Slither all day and got huge value with them, but is he going to end up losing to the Slithers?
Red gains the
Musketeer is great to tank because of the riposte, because it is melee. Okay, Vickers doing a good job
perk.
handling that. Okay. Vickers... I think we saw that the Taunt Trap re-aggroed during the period of the Resurrection, which was a little bit frustrating for Dark Crow there. Still very close in terms of XP. Are we going to see a lot of face damage here again? The Musketeer trying to tank, but it just took too much damage to start with. Nice trap, though. Right, the healer from perk 3 is kind of bogus. He can bring the gong here. Right. Dark Crow's fallen behind on XP. Is the power of the perk 3 Setsu going to be too much? Spirit Dancer could be disgusting as well. Let's see. Lots of slithers from the cool Slitherbound that were attached to that Daggerfall. He's going face with that trap. Forces the defensive play, does a little bit of damage. Maybe he can get some bridges off the back of it. Going face again. Vickers has to answer that. Instead of being able to play that Swarm and Nidda bridge to contest it, he has to play it defensively. Elf for Dark Crow, closing up on mana. XP, sorry. Okay, Blood Imps are out. But he's not low enough to be too worried about that here. Dark Crow knows he needs to put on the pressure. Both players doing a great job there with the traps and the totem. Oh, this could be big. Dark Crow's going to win the Moon Wars. Maybe. Okay, this could be big. How does he deal with this Moon? Okay, he has the Spear, he has the War Dancers coming as well, so he's got enough to deal with it. But XP super close. Vickers having to really put the defensive pressure on. And, okay, one more trap on face. Oh, it's going to be so close, but Vickers is going to get Mana Frenzy with the bridges on his colour from the looks of it. Okay, both players have Mana Frenzy. Bottom bridge is going to be red for a while. I don't know, this feels like a Dark Crow. I don't know, actually these traps are helping out hugely. He wants to use these traps on face. He has a Daggerfall to do a bit of face damage as well. He needs to be careful with the Blood Imps. It's Vickers holding on and coming back. Okay. Oh my goodness, that... I think this is going to be it. He's going face with his trap, but it looks like Dark Crow's going to lose. Vickers is the grand champion! Slither against Slither, but one was more than the other. Kind of a weird poem. Wow. Vickers has beaten Dark Crow. He remains unbeaten for the entirety of the event. Dark Crow is the champion. Round of applause. GG. Okay, Vickers is the champion. Dark Crow, the runner-up, were very well played for both of those. I just closed everything on my computer. I have no idea what's happening. Right. Money, I hate you. Okay, I don't know if we're getting an interview or not. Not sure what Vickers' English is like. Let's see what we can do. Okay, Vickers is the champion. GG. Right. Great final, pushed all the way. Don't forget to join the giveaway. Said Darkrai is the champion. Vickers is the champion. Leave me alone. I know what's going on. Money, you're just yourself. That's what you did. Okay, no response from Ficus yet on the interview. Very close game at the end there. But yeah, you don't normally see a Diona splitting their traps between face and somewhere else. Normally, it's one or the other. You got to commit either way. Heck yeah, if you missed any of it or you want to go back, make sure you check out the YouTube VOD or the Twitch VOD. We've got a giveaway running, make sure you get in there. We'll draw the winners in a bit, probably after the stream. If you're new to Minion Masters, go check out if you haven't played it before, go check it out. It's free on Steam, Xbox, and Android. That looks like I'm swearing at you, but it was 3. It was just one of a 3. Don't worry. Okay, no response from Ficus. We'll assume that he doesn't want to do an interview. Maybe another time. Right. If there's no interview, then that's pretty much everything that we need to cover today. We had a lot of awesome matches, some super close ones, including a 2 HP victory earlier in the day by Dark Crow. But I appreciate you guys joining. Okay, hold on. Okay, Vickers doesn't want to do an interview because he doesn't think his English is good enough, but he wants to thank everyone for organising this tournament, and thanks to Set, who helped him understand his weaknesses and improve them. And he wants to say that Dark Crow was his most difficult opponent for me, but it just wasn't Dark Crow's day. Okay, let's get a round of applause for Vickers. GG. Right, what are we going to do? We're going to go somewhere else. Thanks for joining me today, guys. Always a fun time here in the fish tank. For me, anyway. And if you guys had it, then that's just a bonus. If you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you want to support it. And if you've got Twitch Prime, you should subscribe for free. Right. I need to start my awkward wave. Start with the left hand. Okay, guys, thanks so much for being here today. I appreciate you spending some time with me today. And we shall do this again soon. Bow Shao. Hok Tuh. Spit on that thing, you get me? Right. Grizzle, thanks for the follow. Sorry if I missed it. A little distracted during the tournament. Thanks for the sub earlier, Matt. Much love. Renzo, thanks for your raid. Hopefully you had a good stream yesterday after we raided you doing your soccer stuff. Hopefully you scored some great touchdowns. Right, come with me with the raid. Raid. Sub-raid, raid. I'll draw the givers of the winners. The givers of the win away in a little bit. And we can check that out. Check your Twitch DMs for something from the fish. Okay, why is my okay. My is fixed. Okay. Gotta wait 3 minutes for the delay to get through. We're almost there. Mortis, thanks for your little bit. That's what she said! Keep it down, I know. Born comedian. The waving started, let's go. Okay, where should we go? Okay, looks like Mortis is streaming minions. Let's go over there. Mortis, your stream doesn't fit your screen properly. Fix it! Thanks, Science! Appreciate you, my friend. Bye, Ollie! Appreciate you guys being here. Go see what Mortis is up to. Tell him to fix this damn screen. It doesn't fit. The game doesn't fit on the stream properly. Someone go yell at him. You could use that as a raid message. It's over yet. Oh. Bovine, thanks for being here, my friend. Appreciate you. Yes, of course it gets tired, but it's had a lot of practice. Waving. Right, there we go.